cocaine in a third of the samples studied.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. Repeat, this is not a test. This is our time to take the following steps. If exposed, remove the chemical.
Podcast for the curious mind. I don't know what that means.
Broadcasting live from a Chinese-made microphone high atop Sioux Nation. I am cussing with Hussein, with my co-host May Massacre and special guest Chris from Old World Exploration YouTube. Thank you so much for coming on the show, man.
Thanks for having me. Should be fun.
Yeah, no, we're excited. We've had Flat Earth Dave on, and I'm not saying that to discredit anyone who's like, let's not start that. But he's got several videos on his app that are just curious oddities. And I stumbled across a couple of your videos he had linked to, and a couple of other people. And it was like there was one conglomerate that was like 6 hours long. And I think like 2.5 hours I tapped out, and I just didn't tackle it for 2 years.
Oh, come on. 6 hours should be easy.
Like I can't do it. We're talking mud floods and domes and airships, and I'm like, what is
That's a great episode.
So I gave it time to breathe, but then my algorithm popped up your video you had done a few months ago on the city of Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Yeah.
And that's a town I'm very familiar with. And so, like, you got these pictures of the city hall and the big tower on City Hall that they lopped off, which I've been in that building. The cathedral in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, that they built in 2 years with no pictures of it being built.
No, yeah.
And, I was willing to just, sort of throw this little theory away, which I don't even know what the theory's about, which is why we're having you on, because we're just coming into this clueless. I just sort of giving you a backdrop of how I got into it.
Yeah.
But, like the thing that got me was when you discussed the population.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And,
the small population sizes for the time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And how buildings, that's what caught me big time, was the population didn't add up.
Yeah.
I just saw. Yeah. Go ahead.
One of my comments recently, I just saw somebody mention too. Remember, families at that time were like 6 kids.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about a population, and each family's got 2 to 6 kids, let's say, that's a large segment of the population that would have been kids as well. So that even makes it more crazy to believe the timeline that we're given, I think.
Well, and if you go just north of the town of Sioux Falls, there's a town called Flandreau, South Dakota. And I mean, it is straight out of the Wild Wild West movies, with like the downtown saloon, the elevated sidewalk to enter into the building. Just sort of that image built up in your mind. It's just a tiny little town of like 100 some people now. Or it's probably a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah.
But then we're supposed to believe that same time period they built the cathedral in this podunk town of Sioux Falls. And I've got a couple clips of your videos, if you don't mind me playing them.
Sure.
But you've got, I just wanted to show people what caught my interest on it, as far as like got me wanting to ask more and dig into it. May, you looked into this a little bit too. Was there anything that stood out to you?
No, I mean, the biggest thing was the population for sure. And then it did cross my mind with everybody having about 14 fucking kids. Like how would that make any sense? And then just how the buildings were shaped, like with the windows and the peaks, and just all that was just super fascinating. And then how kind of technology went from horse and buggy to railroads, and just like a blink of an eye, when it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, everything gets invented so quickly.
Yeah,
they don't even get to use it before they're on to the next thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a clip of the Old World Sioux Falls video. For anyone that's curious about your videos, you can go to YouTube, look up Old World Exploration,
Yep.
and you can find. I mean, you've done. How many towns have you done so far?
I don't know how many towns. I'm just up over 200 videos. I've done most major cities in the States, even ones that you wouldn't call a major city, I guess. So quite a few. I also want to mention that I just started a podcast on my Rumble channel, same name. It's an unleashed podcast, so I'm going to other places that I don't usually go on my Old World Exploration channel. So there's my
Oh.
plug.
Okay. Have you had problems with YouTube?
Yeah, I've had a few strikes. We went into I had a chat
Really?
last summer, and I got a strike. Yeah, but it was a
Wow.
warning, and I'm sure it affects the algorithm. I assume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. That's yeah, and we'll talk about a couple other people doing research on older buildings, getting in problems with YouTube and their algorithm, and I think it's very interesting why that's an issue. But here's the clip I wanted to show from Old World. Give me a second here. I'll pull up here. I think it's a 14-minute mark. We're talking about some of these buildings all across. Some of these I've been into because I'm an electrician by trade, and do some service work in some of those old churches on Phillips. And I mean, there is some weird rooms in the basement. You know, it's a you go down in that basement and it just feels like you're stepping into a whole different era. I remember in this one church, it was cut into the rock of the foundation with a tiny little door, and it said, "This is holy ground. Remove your shoes before entering." So just weird stuff like that. Here's this. This is the probably the most beautiful building in Sioux Falls is the Catholic Church.
It's all speculation. All of what we're doing on this channel is speculation. We're trying to connect dots that
Perfect.
fairly far apart. Sometimes hard to make those connections, but I do like to provide you with the visuals. We have a cathedral, of course.
I mean, and this was built in 2 years.
Come on, Sioux Falls. Come on. It's ridiculous. I mean, you're in the industry. I'm a carpenter by trade. It's absurd. I think when you're in the industry and you could see how they put these things together. To me, that's why I got into this.
When did this how did you come across this or begin to start noticing buildings in this light that they're from an older time?
Yeah, it was about 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago. It was a year into the pandemic. Everyone had time to browse and all that kind of stuff. I was pretty hardcore conspiracy researcher for 20 years previous, but I didn't see this one. This one sort of caught me off guard. I started checking out like John Levi's videos. Do you know John Levi? If you don't, you should check his stuff out. Michelle Gibson as well.
I've seen you do a couple shows with her, and I've listened to one of them.
Yeah,
and really interesting takes from her.
So for me, it was like I really started looking at these old buildings I'd never seen before. These 5, 6, 7, 20-story structures with domes on top in the States. If I would have ever thought they would have existed, I would have thought they would have existed in Europe. That's how I grew up understanding the world and architecture itself. They never told us that these things existed. I don't think they want us to know. That's why so many were demolished, and a lot of them are hard to find, even if they still stand, or they're buried in skyscrapers. They're boxed in, in big cities and stuff like that. So it caught me by surprise about 3 years ago. I got into I don't know if you know much about the melt either.
No, we are coming in now. Our side, we are coming in just blindsided by this, So, yeah, you'll have to hold our hand as you walk us through this.
Well, there's a lot of visual evidence to suggest that there was some sort of high heat cataclysm here. There's quite a few good researchers that do work in there. I won't plug everybody because it might take all night. But
no.
Yeah, on my channel, I do have links to people that do this kind of work, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that there was a massive cataclysm here, which kind of flows in with the mud flood, which a lot of people don't like that term. It's funny because it's become this sort of offshoot research community that gets a little fussy about words like Tartaria or mud flood, or I don't know if you heard those terms as well, right? But
Tartaria, yeah, Tartaria. And I've got a couple of videos to go into how Tartaria is explained to someone like me, just Googling and looking online. But there is a couple of interesting things I thought. There's one video here, just a short little reel for anyone who wants a little background.
President Vladimir Putin in 2013 made Tartaria maps public, and in 2017 he also gave a map created by William Blah of Tartaria to the former president of Tatarstan, also known as Tartaria. So how did William Blah have such a clear picture of this country if it didn't exist? We learn about the famous Egypt, the Persian Empire, the Ottoman or Roman empires, but all of this history is small in comparison to the Tartarian Empire, unless it isn't true and it's just a myth or a story. But you can find too many documents that state this region certainly did exist. The landmass and territory called Tartary and Great Tartary was an historical location in northern Asia that existed between the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, and the Pacific Ocean. Tartary was a blanket term used by Europeans for the areas of central, northern, and eastern Asia, as these parts were largely unknown to European explorers. This is why the entire geographic territory was known simply as Tartary, and its inhabitants were called Tartars.
So I'm curious as to your take on that.
I think Tartaria would have been possibly the last vestiges of the old world civilization, or an old world civilization that was on the way out. But I don't like the regional aspect of it, because like I usually do in my videos, I look at North America. I think that there was much more here than we've been told, and that was just sort of the last part that was about to get scrubbed out. And then Tartaria became a blanket term for a lot of people to describe this old world. But I think old world is a better moniker, because Tartaria can be marginalized to a specific region.
So I guess the belief is that these old buildings, they come from a centralized location? Like, was there like a great empire that just ruled over this area, and then there was some cataclysmic defect that destroyed the world, reset humankind, and then we rediscovered these buildings as we discovered North America again?
Well, I know exactly what happened. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes!
Nobody
I got the right guy.
It's totally impossible to say you know any of this for sure. So this is obviously all speculation.
This is all speculation. Yeah, no, it's all speculation. We're just this is such an interesting. It's interesting to me because like I said, I'm from a small area where it's impossible to believe such buildings could go up that quickly.
What I really think, honestly, is that the turn of the century, 20th century, was a key point in their taking over. When I say there, now I'm targeting the bloodline families, which I'm sure you're aware of, the monarchies, Vatican. This is exactly who we have to point to for hijacking the realm and distorting our history, and basically making them look like the benevolent philanthropists, benefactors of the Industrial Revolution, if you know what I'm saying, painting themselves in a positive light, while the rest of us were just sort of had to work our way into some sort of wealth. I think they completely hijacked what was left, and I think you're right. Post cataclysm, and then a series of events to shore up the realm that could possibly be what the American Civil War was, not necessarily what we're being told it was, but actually a hijacking of the continent, or much of the continent, and painting a different picture of the area. Because you have the incorporation in 1871, I think it is, the USA Inc., right? And the taking over, and then you get the financial system coming into play, you get the Fed in 1913. So you can kind of see how the pieces fit if you've done a bit of the research. Yep. And that's why it makes a lot of sense to me when I look at the architecture, that there's no way that this was done at the time in the way that they say it was done. For me, that's enough. I don't,
Well, and we're both in construction. May's been out on, out in the field too, when it comes to big projects that need to be done. And it does seem odd that such a building, like we don't have the ability to build such buildings today in
No,
that quick of time.
Yeah,
You
some,
look at,
some people will say we do have the ability, we just don't, which I disagree with. But we don't have the material resources. We don't have the architects, to be honest with you. I don't know if we have the imagination to create some of these structures. No offense to architects out there. I just
well,
feel
that's
like
not what pays the bills, like everything it has to be streamlined.
clean lines, right? Clean
Yes.
lines. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
where does that school of thought come from?
Well, and it's so funny too, because like when you look at these communist countries, back in the early 1900s, as they overtake, like Russia, everyone thinks of Russia, but China does this too, and they destroy all this architecture, and in place of it, they put up the most boring looking buildings with no imagination whatsoever that will now stand for hundreds of years, when you had these beautiful structures before. And who in their right mind in a community sits down there and all agrees to get rid of these structures? You know what I mean? Like,
well, when you go forward, you can't have anything that looks like the past. The what rings in the halls of success and everything else. No, like they have to destroy all of that and set the tone for what is about to be the next 100, 200, 500 years. Like it has to be, it can't be something to look at because they're there, under these dictatorships and all this communism stuff. So it's one rule, one mindset. If you put in beautiful architecture and buildings and whatnot, you get people not with the tunnel vision. Does that make sense? That's how I think about it.
Yeah.
It's you make it ugly, you make it straight lined, you make it so your blinders stay on. You don't go outside of your thoughts and whatnot because you're not allowed to. So knock it all down, tear it all down.
So they're trying to treat us into like more of a Borg type society,
Yes.
which is what we've become, right? Like it's called brutalist architecture. That what you're talking about, right? It is brutal, and there's a reason for it, right? I don't think there was anyone in Stalinist Russia that was of sound mind, and if they were hiding it, because if they expressed it, they were killed, right? So like, and they partitioned off the entire world and destroyed its architecture. In World War II, don't forget, right? Destroyed it.
Yeah, Dresden. We had an episode on firebombing, the firebombing of Dresden, and that didn't even come into play. I just knew that it was it was like the San Francisco of Germany. Just a very beautiful city, very old. I didn't think about the architecture. I know the square, the center there. They tried to rebuild the main church, but when you look at the old photos of Dresden, it was absolutely beautiful. And it was all completely destroyed in firebombing. And I heard someone, it might have been one of your videos on timelines. I think maybe you mentioned it on the side, the bombing of Dresden, and same thing with just firebombing in general of some of these cities and along the war by both sides.
Yeah. And like with the purpose of destroying its architecture, I've heard that as well. People who said their grandpa had told them that their mission was to destroy the architecture in that city or that town or whatever they were meant to attack, right?
Well, wasn't the Nazis? Hitler ordered the destruction of the Eiffel Tower,
Right?
and supposedly the soldiers were like, it's just too beautiful. We don't want to destroy it. Now I don't know Eiffel Tower if that falls in the timeline of old world.
Yeah, for sure. Supposedly it was originally built for the World's Fair in Paris, which I don't think is true. I think the construction photos are faked, but I don't know for sure. World's Fair is another huge one. You probably
Yeah. I got a video of the one in Buffalo. We can play for people that just sort of get an idea what we're talking about. The World Fair was this huge event that happened every few years, wasn't it? Like
well,
just
pretty much every year for quite a long time.
It was a yearly
all over the world too. All over the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see here. Buffalo.
The Buffalo one, that's fantastic. That's very interesting. I'm sure they all are.
People are walking around on something that's absolutely remarkable. I mean, look at that. This is Buffalo, New York, 1901. You know, just stunning architecture. And this all has a frequency. You know, we've talked a lot about this with frequency, resonance, fractals, all of these materials, you know, all the copper that was used. Every statue on top of these buildings had copper. Every angel on top of these buildings had copper. You know, and then you start to wonder, well, copper's only 1% of the soil. Where were they getting it all from?
The Statue of Liberty was straight out of copper. I mean, copper was used so much.
So Buffalo, New York, look at that fountain right there, you know, right in the middle. Just, you know, keeping the water intact. And then this is New York, Buffalo, New York, 1901. You know, this was the sustainable buildings that people were, you know, temporarily building. That's what they were telling us. You got right there. There's more water. And see how the society who was building these, because I don't believe that, you know, they were horse and wagon time at that time, but the society who was building this, look at how much they cherished water. I mean, there's so much water and fountains and all of this. And then you go to the next one, which you have a Coliseum in Buffalo,
Yeah,
New
this
York.
building.
You know, a picture I don't think many people have seen, which is interesting. You know, do you have this, and that can be energy.
Is this the World's Fair?
This is the World's Fair,
Yeah.
yes. This is the picture, and then let me just
Yeah, that's just
You
one
could
of the
probably blame the Buffalo Bills for that because they wanted to tear all that down. So all those terrible seasons of losing, the fans didn't have anywhere else to go. They're like, we can't have this beautiful structure here. We got to
They
cram
did well.
everybody into this shitty stadium.
Their stadiums are a big part of it too. The Soldier
Yeah.
Field, I think, was one. They're all over the
Yeah.
place, especially at
Yeah.
universities. Actually,
Yeah,
universities
that
are
was
holding a lot of
interesting.
cool stuff.
Yeah, how the universities with all those castle-like buildings and buildings that you wouldn't see or wouldn't expect to house a university, and they're gorgeous. I mean, they just take your breath away. Some of them, the way they look and whatnot. And you're like, there's no way they meant to build that for, you know, whatever course or a student body. You know, I like the fact though with building with the copper, and it seemed like they built everything with the mindset of keeping the body pure and simple. Like they say, you know, the copper grounding is good for you when you sleep and all that. Like it, I don't know if that's what they, you know, what they intended when they built all that, but it feels like with the materials and stuff they used, it was just good energy, good, you know, just good for everything involved. You know, the people, the buildings, the water, all of that to keep it, you know, top of the line. I
Yeah,
could be
you're getting-
way off, but
No, you're getting into the energetics of it too, and that's a big part of the old world theory, if you will. The ether and the antiquitech, that harnessing the energy in the ether. Now, this is getting into Tesla and, you know,
Yep.
what was hidden from us for so long in that regard. And then the water also being part of the cooling system, with the ether being harnessed, and also the building materials, all crystalline in nature. Fireplaces that didn't burn wood.
yeah, that was interesting.
Things like that, you know, those are all things that
Yeah,
make
I
you think,
forgot all
right?
about that. It's so, yeah,
Yeah,
these
those
things-
fireplaces.
They're
Yeah,
too crazy to ever think you'd put a piece of wood in there and set it on fire. It looked too amazing, right? Some of them.
Now we got if you want to call in and talk with Chris and the Fan and Facts crew, I have provided the link in the comments. Just take a look. Just all we ask is you remain respectful when you bring up any questions you have. And we're not going to let you like talk for 30 minutes either. So, those rules too. But we do have a first caller, Jake Weiland. How's it going, Jake?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. Thanks
Can
for
you hear me all
thanks
right?
for- Yeah, we can
Oh
hear you.
yeah.
Good.
Probably better than some of our Jake,
I like
what's your
these.
question?
Oh, hey, Chris, I just want to thank you for, you know, all your work, all your research. I've kind of found you a little bit more recently, but you know, the wife and I watch John Levi every Sunday, and I appreciate it. It seems like some of these videos are starting to kind of have a cadence of Sundays. I noticed. It's just kind of, I don't know.
You
if
got to
that
be in a
was
relaxed mood, right? You got to be in a bit of a
Yeah.
relaxed mood to get into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
When
So-
did you discover this, Jake? Like when did you and your wife come across this?
Yeah,
like,
you no,
this-
you said I couldn't talk for 30 minutes. No, for me, this is kind of my journey, but my wife is. It's been really interesting because, you know, for most people, this is going to be like completely incomprehensible in
Yeah.
this topic.
Tell me about it. Whew.
Yeah, and it's just
In my
it
day to
just
day, my
depends.
personal life, it's there's a lot. Most people that don't even know I do this, in my personal life. Yeah.
Well,
It's
and you can't help once you know this, when you go anywhere, you just are sort of looking, you find yourself looking at all the architecture. What do you have there?
John's
What is
book.
that book?
it's John's
Oh,
book.
nice.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to look up this John Levi guy.
I
Yeah.
I wish the like photos didn't come out that well in this copy, but it
Yeah.
doesn't matter because his videos have all of it in there too. But
Yep.
yeah,
it's for
please
sure.
please check. John is such. I really hope I get to meet John someday. It was funny, his video that he just put out today, he looked at the Rotunda West in Florida as well as Cape Coral, and I'm in that area, and so I've actually, John and I are like of one mind basically at this point. He literally talks about things that I think about in almost in real time. And the thing about Cape Coral is it's like this massive grid of
Terraform.
canals.
It's like
Yeah,
terraform.
totally.
Yeah.
Well, and where I live, which isn't Cape Coral, it's inland, is the same. And there's I've never heard any explanation for why all the why it was all here. And I've looked, like most of us who do this research, you spend a lot of time on Google Earth looking at satellite imagery, and like I've looked at it all. And I mean like as far back as it goes. And 1994 is not that long ago. And there was nothing here. Nothing. But all the roads were here.
Weird.
Every road perfectly square, completely grid-like. It's just like what John was looking at today in his video. And so I know I'm kind of glazing John, but John is awesome, guys. Seriously. I love it.
And I'm sure John would want me to say he's just a regular guy too. So let's not deify the man. I know he doesn't like that. I know he really doesn't like that. So
no, but I'd have a great conversation with John.
Sure,
but
sure.
So I guess I do have a question. Maybe this is I don't know how deep you guys go on some of this stuff, but I like the mystery that was kind of being talked about earlier. But we don't know fundamentally who this civilization was, or who this people was. There was I'll put my own input into this. There is a lot of uniformity to these structures.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And it
I've
doesn't matter
noticed
if you're in India or in China or in the western states of the US. And so my question to Chris is, who do you think this people was, and where did they go? Because that's the fundamental question.
yeah, it's a good question too. And you can get pretty deep with the answer as well. A lot of biblical research are going into the little season. I don't know if you heard much about that, which that time after the apocalypse in the Bible, where Satan gets released and has his day. So a lot of Christians are jumping on that bandwagon, which I'm not ruling that out or throwing that out. I think it's
I'm Christian, but I'm not familiar with that. But it might be just some eschatology that you're describing another way.
Are you talking about when after Christ has his 1,000-year reign?
Absolutely.
And then after that, Satan is released back onto the world, and that's when the testing comes, and the goats are separated from the sheep, and then the true removal of evil people take place, and the rest.
The little seasons thing is very interesting. I stumbled upon that in TikTok and YouTube while I was looking into this, and I was blown away. I knew nothing about that, and that was well worth a watch.
Yeah, so that's a form of eschatology. I think it's a form of millennialism, right? Like that's what you're fundamentally talking about. And I just have another question. Like, so anyone who's looked at this closely, which I know Chris has, I know you have, man, and I've watched almost all of your content at this point too. The timeline is clearly there's something wrong about it. There's some time getting added in places, and then there's some time getting removed in others, seemingly. And so my question is, it could be to everyone, but it's like, is it possible that there's only been 1,000 years since Christ? Has that ever crossed your mind, just out of curiosity? Like, is it possible that it's that?
Yeah, no, I've heard that, and they've inserted the timeline. some scholars have gotten into that. I think Fomenko was a Russian mathematician who analyzed history in European history and found that they were recycling patterns with the timelines. I mean, when you think about it and you look at, for instance, the monarchies, Louis the 14th, like how many Louis do you need before you change the name, right? It's not very imaginative the way that they
Oh.
Napoleon III, their timeline is almost identical. The things that happen in their lives are almost identical. You can do a deep dive on
Copy
that
and
too.
paste. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sloppy, right? And I think there must have been a time crunch. There's the whole Jesuit aspect of it too, and what we call the exploration, the explorers, the fur traders, and all that
Well,
kind of stuff. Yeah.
If I may quickly say, you know, I am a Christian myself, but there's a real problem here. I'm in a bit of an internal battle right now because something has to be said about the cathedrals in North America.
Mhm.
Why did they all belong to the church? Why are almost all of them churches? Or and like, again, if you understand the problem with the architecture, those problems exist everywhere, but like they really, really exist here in North America. And you guys,
it-
it sounds
Is it
Yeah.
because the churches that established themselves were the blackmail leaders of society, so they just bargained for the best building in each town? Could it be
I
something as simple as that? You're just like, hey man,
The
we'll take
founders,
this.
right? They founded everything.
Yeah.
So they're, I think that at the surface level, organizations like the Masons and the Vatican, or if you want to split off
Vatican.
all the denominations, you know, the Episcopalians and the Baptists.
Yeah, to be fair, some of the like other types of denominational churches are just the same building. So
Yeah, it's all, that's just, I think it's just window dressing. And when you get down to it, it's there's a core entity involved. I mean, you could see in it, we lived through it for the last 3-4 years, the attempt to wring us by our necks, basically, you know. And I think that has actually been a trigger for people to say, hold on a second, if we're going to lie about that, what else are they lying about, right? And you start digging up history, and it's like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Jake, some great questions, man. Thanks so much for calling in. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it.
Nice talking to you, Jake.
yeah, likewise, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Jake.
Jake Weiland with some great questions there. There's just
School is such a bamboozle. I'm telling you, like,
That's Rockefeller, man. That's all
yeah, but that's what it is that, like you said, the bloodlines took over, claimed dibs on what needed to be claimed on, and just said, oh, we did this, we are the almighty and everything else, you know. No, and that's what is so mind-blowing. Why can we not give thanks and gratitude to what was before us? Like, you know,
why
it's
lie?
just,
Why lie to
yeah.
us, right?
Exactly. Why all the lies? Like, I mean, especially now, as much as COVID, you know, really sucked for a lot of people, for everybody, it is what a great awakening, as people say. It's opened up a lot of eyes and minds to everything. And it's as shitty as a time that everyone has gone through. I think it backfired on them when they planted this seed, because I don't think they were expecting for all of us to open up and see the bamboozleness that has been going on for so long. And I still think they know that they're probably untouchable, and it doesn't matter that we find it and we look into it. But it's just so fascinating, all the shit that was just put over our eyes and just told to take it.
Here's another great example of shit getting pulled over our eyes. I remember hearing all sorts of stories about these. I'll play a little bit of this video right here. My bad. That was excessive. These are all the great fires of like 1862. And I don't know if you had some insight on this, Chris, when it comes to some of these buildings. I do notice you mentioned, a couple of fires, especially with Sioux Falls, the mill on the river, supposedly only up for 2 years and kept burning down. And so they just were like, nope. And then they made it into a part of the historic register of landmarks, so no one could build,
Almost like a trophy of destruction.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on. They throw it in our faces, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that I've looked at all sorts of fires. I don't think all of these places were burnt to the ground like they say. I think they were destroying structures, but I also think it's a way for them to reset the construction narrative and say, okay, none of these were built until after the Great Fire. Then they started building them all out of brick and stone as a result of the Great Fire, which is not the case because when you look at the photographs, they were brick and stone buildings that they're showing as evidence of the
Yeah.
fire. So you see that a lot as well. The whole downtown area burnt down. It was made of wood. They decided to rebuild it, and they did it really, really quickly, and now it's fireproof. And it's a recycled story again, and you see it all over the place.
Almost like Hawaii.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
smart city. Ooh,
Yeah.
is that what we're about to stumble into? The smart city is going to be the 3.0 or 4.0 of
Well,
this.
I think it's our awareness is pushing against their the level of our awareness collectively pushes against their ability to push without being discovered by the masses, if you know what I'm saying. If that makes
Yeah.
any sense.
hmm
You know, so as more of us can wake up and say, okay, sports is cool, but there's another big thing going on here. I can enjoy a basketball game for what it is, but I'm not going to live and die by my favorite. You know, to use the analogy, how or Hollywood's the same way too, right? Or your favorite artist. We need to really care about what's really going on here, and those are the conspiracy theorists, the ones that actually give a shit about what's going on.
But they do
Well-
a great job at just, making sure that you're, zombied into it. Like, they'll push like hell with, like you said, your favorite sports team or your favorite
Yeah.
artist or whatever, just so they can just behind the curtain of number 3, they just do what they want. And it's, yeah, like you said, we got to do a better job to understand the fuckery, if you excuse me, is going on, and not buying into what our idols and our fans are getting away with.
Or Puff
Interesting.
Diddy's, right? And those
Yeah.
types.
Recycled religious stories, hence religion.
Ooh.
I like it though.
Interesting. Yeah.
Now, how do you explain, or have you heard? I mean, I know you are just, this is all speculation, but how would you explain the history of Native Americans in this land? So, like when we talk about South Dakota, that's very prominent here. The Native tribes and the history of them going back to the 1860s. How is that explained, and how did they survive?
Yeah, well, I think there's a good possibility that they were the survivors of a cataclysm, the remnants of that past civilization in those localities. Possibly, it's all, like I said, all speculation. I think our impression of their culture was imprinted on us through those World's Fairs. Actually, if you ever heard of the human zoos at the World's Fairs, how they were painting the pictures of the Aboriginal peoples all over the world, actually. And then you couple that with the history of genocide, right? Is what do these entities do? The Vatican, the Crown. First thing they do when they go in there is they genocide these people. They imprison them. They remove them from their own native tongue. So they're taking away their history. So it's the same historical process that's going on for everybody, right? So there's no way you can actually say, well, that we have a pretty good idea of what their history was, but not ours. This is for everybody. I think we all have to understand what's been taken from us.
Yeah, that's the big thing of we talk all the time. Well, I do, about the circle. It's just a continuous circle always, and it needs to be broken at some point for any kind of hope of change and whatnot. But with talking about this with these buildings and everything, the Tartarian, like, I just imagine if the circle keeps spinning and everything keeps recycling itself, and then this moment or that moment comes back again. I want to see and know what that's going to be like. Like, is it going to be space flying, floating? It just makes my mind wonder, because these buildings and stuff that were destroyed or popped up out of nowhere are just so gorgeous and beautiful. And now we have these poo-hoo, ugly ass fucking things that go up, that go 80 million miles in the sky. Like, the circle's going to continue, and I feel like we're going to go back to the beauty. Maybe, I mean, well past our time, we'll be bird food by then. But I just, like if the circle doesn't get broken and we keep rinsing and repeating, it's going to be to me, it's just a fascinating thought to think of what all that architect and all that's going to look like. I could be just way off, but I don't know.
Maybe we're remembering us remembering it now. That maybe is a way of us getting back to that, right?
Oh, yeah.
We got to remember as much as we possibly can now as the cycle proceeds. That's part of how I look at it too. Like we might be living in an entirely previously terraformed realm by a creator, right? And what we think of as nature itself, in many respects, it could be just the remains of post-cataclysm architecture and infrastructure that's been obliterated to the point of that you can't tell that it was architecture or infrastructure.
Yeah.
Now that's getting pretty deep into the meltology end of it, which is interesting. If you want to have a look at that one of these days, there's some people that in the architecture camp don't really get too deep into the meltology, but I think they're connected. So
that's why oh, sorry, Corey, go ahead.
When we talk about when we talk about free energy and Tesla, like I said, I'm an electrician. And so like at some point you got to look into Tesla because he is an integral part of electricity. And I worked with an old timer in Colorado Springs, master electrician, and he said back in the 80s, after he'd gotten his master's, he was reading through some electrical theory books, and there was a small paragraph on Tesla, and this is like 84, 85.
Yeah.
And so he goes to his library and he asks for books on Tesla. And they're like, oh, we don't have anything. And so he goes to 4 different libraries in Colorado Springs. None of them have it. They tell him to go to the historic library where they keep older documents. And so he goes to the wing of that library. They make him fill out a form with his phone number, social security number. And then they put him in a small room, and they brought him 2 newspaper clippings from 1899 and 1900 from when Tesla was doing his experiments in Colorado Springs, and a small little biography book. And he was not allowed to leave the library with that. He could only read it in this small little closet of a room. And that was 1985.
Yeah.
And the whole belief behind Tesla, not belief, it's fact, that he could give out free energy by tapping into the earth. And I've seen some people say, like, well, this is actually something that the old world had already discovered. I think with the fireplaces, with the ability to burn wood, would have been working off of some sort of frequency that Tesla had worked with. So, I mean, he would be from that region where Tartaria is from.
Yeah.
Out in the Slavic area over there.
And who ruined him? Who ruined Tesla? Was it a robber baron?
Oh, it was I always
JP Morgan, one of those guys.
Yeah.
JP Morgan, JP Morgan.
Morgan was the guy that stopped his financing, and then just isolated him from the community, and he died by himself.
It's all the same names. It's like a group of 15 names that come up, over and over. It's pretty obvious, actually.
One of the videos I could have swore I watched was with electricity in the in the old world, where there was no wires, there were no cables. It like with the fireplaces that didn't burn any wood, like it was all just connected, and the town just ran, and it was lit, and all it was so fascinating. I mean, that's so cool.
I got a clip of that, May, just talking about the tram network. Well, let me play that here real quick. This is San Francisco, Paris. I think this is all like 1904 time period.
Moving sidewalks.
Yeah, moving sidewalks. Excited. It's just showing all these different countries with these, similar architecture everywhere.
Yeah, let's talk about the trams though, like because I always thought they were San Francisco and maybe some of the other major cities had them. I didn't realize once I started doing this research that we're going to find them in every town and city I look at in North America, and abroad, of course. They're everywhere. It almost doesn't matter how big the town is. It could be 2,000 people, but they got brick paved streets.
Sioux
and tram
Falls
cars.
had one. Sioux
Yeah.
Falls. I had no clue. I had no
Yeah.
clue we had one.
So why bury that is the next question. Why bury the fact that existed, right? You could make a little park and have a monument or whatever, and some places do, but they don't want us to know that this was as widespread as it was. I think it's part of the infrastructure of the old world, right? That's how I look at that anyway. And then same with the canals, a lot of bridges. The infrastructure on some of the old bridges make no sense at all to think, and some of the old train stations. I don't know if you've seen those. I did a video on train stations in North America.
Yeah.
They're castles. They'll blow your mind. They'll absolutely. I mean, especially my early videos aren't great. I'm not a master video maker. You probably noticed. I'm just a guy. But the visuals, man, like some of the pictures, some of the old train stations are unreal. You know. And
But why go 5 steps forward, bury it, and go 18 steps backwards? Like that makes that's
okay. So
that makes no
sense. Me,
sense.
I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna play in the make believe world here. All right, because I do know something about this short season, and the more I think about it, the more interesting I find the correlation. And but the belief that the reign of Christ has already taken place, the 1,000-year rule ended, and now the devil is let on the loose to sift between the good and evil. Wouldn't you want to destroy the evidence of the perfect society that had lived before it?
Oh,
I mean, if you're going to establish, these institutions that are inherently wicked. I mean, we've researched this. Bohemia Grove, the Catholic Church, which is one of the oldest Christian institutions, the Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians. Epstein Island is a perfect example of this in the monarchy. Wouldn't you want to make sure that, especially they got rid of Nikola Tesla and any information about him. There was a park named after him in Colorado Springs, and they changed the name of the park where he had done his experiments.
And I did a video on Colorado Springs, by the way, just FYI.
Oh, I'll have to look at that. I'll have to look at I haven't. Anything not interesting there? Because that would have been around that time period.
Yeah, the old high school there is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's long gone now, right?
Yeah.
A couple hotels too. The Antler Hotel, Antler Inn or something.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I've been in the basement of the Antler Hotel.
Okay.
I did a couple service calls there, and it is ancient. You feel like you're in a different world when you go down there. And there is cutouts for windows and that have been bricked off and
underground.
So
That's what I want to know about with the mudslides or whatever, and you see like what seems to be basement. Is there more like just buried or is that flush, and as they've uncovered it and whatnot, like I guess I'm trying to figure out how to explain this, but like when you're supposedly in that basement, like is there more levels down? Because a lot of these buildings look like
even here in Sioux Falls,
that could be bigger windows.
Look at some of these buildings, and you're just like, there's Rochester, Minnesota. I don't know if you've ever done any thing on that town, but I used to go there every year, and the underground system there, it's full of streets and tunnels. That full buildings and shops and stuff, all built underneath the city of Rochester, Minnesota.
Wow, I know they have the Mayo building there, the Mayo Clinic. That's the only one I'm familiar with there.
Yep. We do have another caller here, Charlie Moan. I think I pronounced that right. Charlie Moan,
just like
Moen.
Yeah.
Okay, right. You're not moaning over there. You're
no, I'm not yet. This is the first time I've ever called into a show.
Thank you, Charlie. We appreciate it. So
I'm a follower of Chris's channel, and
thank you.
For I think like about 6 months now.
Oh, okay.
But I've been following John Levi for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with New West Reset also. I've been following.
Frankie. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your show with Michelle Gibson. In fact, I think that was the first time I saw you, Chris.
Okay.
But I just wanted to, because of John Levi, he said on one of his shows, he said, every hometown has these buildings in it. And I originally come from Maine, a little town in Maine, Winslow, Maine. And when he said that, I went into, I'm in North Carolina now. I moved away 4 years ago. But it brought back a memory of something that happened when I worked at the railroad in 1983. They were excavating a building for a building to be put in by the paper mill where I eventually would be working in a few years after this point. And my cousin was a foreman on the job, and I was actually being laid off that month, but they had excavated to put the foundation in, and they dug up a cobblestone street that was underneath the ground, like 15, 20 feet down.
Really?
Oh, wow.
And then just recently, a couple months ago, I went into some more research. I've been, downloading pictures from the Maine archives, old pictures of floods and all. So I found pictures of a trolley car going across the trolley bridge into the town that I lived in back in the early 1900s. It's like it's a photograph that's been turned into a postcard, so the quality isn't that good. But I find out by doing all this digging, I find out that there was a walking steel bridge. It was like a toll bridge that goes from that town over to the next city across the river. And this is all next to the paper mill. I find out that in 1900, they showed a picture of that walking bridge. And it was like, here again, a postcard, so the quality wasn't that great. And when you zoomed in on the picture, you could see that they were constructing a 3-story building along the riverbank next to that bridge. But in 1902, I saw another post that said that bridge was wiped out in the flood of 1902. And I'm saying, what else was buried in that flood of 1902? That cobblestone street. I think that paper mill was there a whole lot longer than just 100 years ago. The foundation of that building, I worked in that mill 2 years later after in 1983. And one of my jobs was walking down in the basement, checking meters and stuff. And that foundation went on forever under the mill. And as the further down you went, the older it looked. And anyways, I just wanted to call in and everybody should go look into the archives of their old hometowns.
Yeah.
And,
it's everywhere, right?
1937 atlas that I found at a transfer station book repository.
Oh, that's awesome.
My town of Winslow only had 3,000 people in 1937. And yet in the early 1900s, they had a trolley car.
Something's not right.
And I was going to ask you that, Charlie. When was your town officially established over there?
Well, they didn't even have a newspaper in 1902. The town of Winslow didn't have a newspaper. The next town over did. And so I haven't been able to get any newspaper archives. That you have to pay to get any information from these places.
Yep.
They make it just as hard as they can, so you can't.
Charlie,
I'm 67 years old, and it's just been in the last 2 years that I've realized they've lied to us about everything.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Everything,
Charlie,
our religion, everything. Yeah.
What was
there's a cathedral in I think I might have told Chris about it. Lewis, Maine has a cathedral, and I tried to get pictures of the construction of that, and here again, the construction photos are a joke. I spent 30 years in roofing, standing seam metal roofing.
Oh yeah.
And I worked around contractors that were building. We worked in some big buildings in Portland, Maine, and I worked with masonry and stuff. There's no way that you you're building that building in 1929, which they're claiming. You go on and look up the cathedral in Lewiston, Maine. It's unbelievable.
I want to just present the devil's advocate here. Like, when you talk about religious buildings, do you think that under any possibility that you could get these buildings built that quickly due to just how staunch people are towards their faith, especially back in the 1900s,
No.
worship to
No.
participate.
And there was that town of Lewiston, Maine didn't really have that many people back then either. I'd have to search it in the book here, but you could probably go online and find what the population in 1929 was when they built that cathedral.
Well, it's the same story everywhere. That's what's so amazing.
Yeah,
You can throw a dart at the map and you're going to come up with a similar narrative.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you guys go.
Charlie, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
It's the first time I've ever got onto a live thing. And
We're honored to have you. You're our
Yeah.
second to first caller. So
I'm gonna subscribe to your channel too.
hey, thank you.
Oh,
I
yes.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Charlie Moen. We and anything you guys want to say about what Charlie said there that stood out to you?
Well, I just wanted to make the point that it's those type of stories, like individual testimonies of people in different areas that don't know each other, that can bring, like your story too, about where you've worked. I think people are seeing it more and more, and as you're walking down your streets, everyone's got a story to tell from their different areas. So I think putting this together like this is important to do, and we need, I guess, more areas to do that as well, because you could just flood the narrative with testimonials, right? Like, that building's got 3 basements, whatever. That there's no way that cathedral was built in 8 months. You just got to keep throwing stories at it, because I can do one town. I can do is it Sioux Falls?
Yep, Sioux Falls. Yep.
I could do
Right
Sioux
next to
Falls.
Sioux City.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Yeah.
But I could do that one, and people say, well, Sioux Falls had this many people. They had some rich people, and that's the end of the story. But when I start to do more cities, you start to realize, okay, it's everywhere. So usually when I tell somebody who makes a comment on my videos that this town was especially industrious, I say, no, they weren't. Look at my other videos. It was everywhere, So
we got Jake in here for another question. Jake, what's your question you got here?
No, I just put it in chat. I didn't even need to come back in, but I did just. Charlie was awesome, and I would just say
Charlie was awesome.
I've done the same research on my hometown, northern Wisconsin, 600 people, smaller than most people will ever know or experience, and peaked at supposedly 1,000 people at about the turn of the century. It was a logging community. The founder came up a railroad, right? We're talking about late 1800s, comes up a railroad, jumps off, and then suddenly this town pops out of nowhere. This town, again, hasn't had a building built in 40 years, guys. Nothing happens here. And there were 3, there are sadly only 1 or 2, but there were at least 3 red brick buildings whose, when you go into the entrance of them, you are met by an immediate half flight up or down in stairs. Now think about that. Who builds that way? Nobody builds that way. It doesn't make any sense. My school, when you walked in, the old 38 building is what it was called. It was a 4-story brick building. Okay, red brick building, ornate brickwork, masonry. When you walked in the entrance, you had to go down or up. You weren't on the first floor. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. These buildings were here, and most of them are partially submerged or sunken or something, because the windows are all full frame. They go to the underground, which also doesn't make any sense. You never build that way. We don't build that way. And I've never heard anyone give me a good argument as to why they would have built that way then.
Well, and you see all these bricked up entrances, or in some of these buildings, or some buildings, they turn them into bars and stuff. And in my mind, the explanation had always been like, well, in Rome, they find this all the time, and so they just built on top of stuff until, and so I just didn't even, that was the explanation given to me, and then I paid no more heed to it. But then you start looking, it's like, okay, I can understand Rome, thousands of years, things get forgotten, lost, broken down. But San Francisco, that's not even that old.
North America is key. It's so crucial.
especially the
Yes.
Midwest, even and the West, but the Midwest doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
To me.
Midwest, dude. I spent literally all day, Chris. I'm fanboying you, dude, but like I spent all day looking at the Milwaukee video because my dad grew up in Milwaukee, and my grandmother worked in one of those buildings. Like I looked at the Schlitz building, what they did to it, they lopped off its head, but it was amazing. I mean, hundreds of unbelievable structures. I was Google street walking the streets of, they took what was Grand Ave, they turned it into Wisconsin Ave by consolidating multiple streets, and you still have a succession of 3 cathedrals there. And in the middle of the street, there's an obelisk, and the obelisk used to have a golden eagle on top of it, or something that looks like a golden eagle, probably a phoenix. And now it's not there anymore. The ball is still there, the concrete ball, but the eagle is gone. Just,
no, all great points. I wanted to go in. Anything else, Jake? Did you have anything else?
No. Chris, what do you think about that though? Like, have you thought about those things before?
Oh,
This is-
definitely.
Oh,
Yeah, I think a lot of these. If there's a grid, like you were talking about from Florida earlier. There's a predetermined grid, and I think post cataclysm, digging out of the old world and reestablishing of these cities, and then the Masonic organizations and the religious organizations take a stranglehold on society itself, right? And then that's how they reset us. And a couple wars, bing bang boom, we're a bunch of idiots.
Great points brought up, Jake. If you think of
I'll chill
something
in the lobby, guys. I didn't even need to come back in, but awesome. I love everyone.
We love you too, Jake. We love you too.
He's a beauty.
Well, it's amazing, because like this is all very new to us. So, it's amazing to see I mean, we're up to like 170 people watching the live stream right now.
Cool.
And it's all because of you, old world, so thanks for letting us right off your back. Appreciate that.
What do you think? What do you guys think of the energy behind this research? Do you find that there's like a fire behind it?
There's a sincerity behind it. That's what I've noticed is like people are very, I mean, it's not a bunch of, it's not an emotional plea. I mean, people aren't having this emotional outburst trying to convince you of this theory. It's just like, hey, man, look at this building. Isn't that weird? Look at this. And I think it appeals to people like us who are in the construction business, know how long it takes to get a goddamn building built. And that's with today's equipment. And we're in this whole time, since we were 6 years old, we were told, hey, this was built in 1902 by,
The 32 people that lived here.
Yep. And it was quarried from this quarry place, and moving on. And then you're like 6 years old and you're like, oh, Jesus, in 1902, that's a long time ago. You don't think about power tools. You don't think about vehicles. You don't think about all of the logistics.
Everything was built off a horse's back. Like it's just there's no way. Like it's fascinating because to throw Dave in with the 32 or 33 worlds, the whole, like ice wall thing. Like it's those other worlds. Like, are they? I just want to know. Like, I think it'd be fascinating to think like one of those out there is still filled with the beautiful buildings and
maybe they all are. Maybe
yeah.
ours. Maybe it's just ours that isn't. Maybe we're just trapped in a little. Maybe we're sectioned off like The Simpsons.
Yeah, like Elon, I need you to figure out a way to get me over there because I just want to go check him out. Because when Corey told me this, I got so excited because I've always liked the buildings and just you drive through just towns and whatnot, and you're just like, man, that's beautiful. And then you go, and then it disappears, and then it comes back, and then it's there's just no way, and it's just to me, it's just been so fascinating the short week that I've had to look into this. Like I probably sent Corey 8 billion videos on all topics from the blimp things that were landing on top of these buildings to the kids, running the factories and the parents getting locked up in insane asylums. They're all just different strokes and different wide views of all of this kind of time period where it's just super fascinating. And then it all just disappears.
Let me play a clip of the airship thing because the dome thing has always gotten me because I always imagined, it was always bragged as a Russian thing. The dome on top of these buildings. You see it all over in Russia. Didn't really see it anywhere else, but you always see these domes on the Capitol buildings and these other huge ancient buildings. And there was this TikTok here. I'll play a little bit of this.
I would like to touch on Tartarian airships. So in the old world, there were a lot of different innovations when it came to airships to carry passengers from one place to the other through the air. It looked like submarines, but that could fly and had wings. Now, of course, in modern day times, we know the Goodyear blimp. And the Goodyear blimps were just our versions of those Tartarian airships. And some of those airships even
this docking thing.
Yeah.
Is that
some
real?
of them? Some of them were built, admittedly, to have that dock. I think there's one in Atlanta. Seattle had one as well, and that was the intention, was for them to dock these airships. Apparently,
I had no clue. I mean, there's another picture of it right there, docking.
Yeah.
Does it
Well, they don't-
explain like who got into the airline business and then that was their plan was to get rid of this because it was cheaper and easier and more convenient, or is this a big money grab just with the 15 popular names that want to control everything? Is this another part of why it disappeared?
That would be my guess, without diving into the names behind it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all part of getting onto the oil, the internal combustion engine, and all the rest of it,
Yeah.
taking away what they call free air travel.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, Rothschilds, Rockefeller, their family, the Kabbalah, the religious belief all comes from that Eastern European area of what would supposedly be Tartaria, which I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that their origins go back thousands of years to that area. The Star of David comes from that area.
Yeah. I've hypothesized about that. They could be using some sort of Kabbalistic magic to keep our reality together in their favor, and it's failing now.
Well,
That's just me musing it, but
we listen to.
I love that.
Anyone who enjoys podcasts like this, check out No Agenda in the morning. It's a great podcast. But there's this discussion, like there is this line of people that they wear the turtlenecks, the Bill Gates, the Steve Jobs, these people that Walt Disney, people that had the ability to use altered realities to control people's mindsets. You look at those old Disney movies and all that stuff, there's symbolisms scattered throughout it. And when it came to propagating the US was called upon, it was the media. It was Walter Disney ran a crap ton of propaganda films for the military. So, is this a cult of people that have survived from this time too, that have this knowledge? Do you think the Masons are involved with this at all, or?
I think the hierarchy that the Masons find themselves in, and you go right to the top. I'm not going to say to the top because I don't know where the top is, but the British monarchy is admittedly heavily involved at the higher echelons of the Freemasonic order. So that's pretty obvious, that one. But yeah, I think it's all part of keeping the New World fabric intact and taking over what was the Old World. So I think they're a large part of it, the Freemasons. Michelle Gibson's got an interesting theory on, we're talking about these cabal families, bloodlines, or whatever you want to call it. She thinks that somebody found a way to bring certain entities into this reality. We're going back into the John Dee era now, 400 or 500 years or whatever.
Okay.
And they were able to manifest, because you get into the timelines of when the Rothschilds really start to take hold in the banking industry. And then the British monarchy starts to get hijacked by certain bloodline families. It seems to align with a certain timeline. So that's a part of her theory, and I find that interesting.
Like German Rosicrucianism, during that period of time, dark magic is really sort of
they start getting something along those lines, that they start getting into but they start taking over the financial aspect of society. I think it's 1776. I don't know exactly. You'd have to dig into her work a bit on it, but I think it's interesting because I think we are dealing with a dark dark entities that don't have our best interests. That's obvious. I mean, at this point, and I really think all we need to do is just admit they exist, and then they're done.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, in Old World, Florida, the YouTube channel there has come out with a video on Jekyll Island, the
Mhm.
financial institution that runs the United States, and really the world.
The
if
world,
we're
the world.
being honest. Yeah, as hard as other nations. I mean, it just shows the effort other nations are trying to break free from this currency, and how much work has to go into place just to, attempt it with BRICS. There's no guarantee BRICS is going to succeed. But we talk about the hijacking of the American government through the Federal Reserve, and Rockefeller's house is built on an ancient Indian mound, supposedly where the altar to sacrifice children is in his basement. Now, that could have been some embellishing by Old World Florida. There's no way to, unless you go in there and see it for your own eyes. But the fact that this Molech theme follows into the New World, this aspect of sacrifice, and to produce, some real, you look at what the Federal Reserve has done. And we talked about it last week about how the dollar bill is just full of these, I think personally the dollar bill is a talisman, being used for dark magic reasons with all the inscriptions and symbolisms printed on it.
Are you advocating for a cashless society with that statement?
Yes, no. Squeeze your silver. That's what I'm saying. Squeeze your silver.
Yeah. No, the financial system is keeps us all in check, really, right?
Yeah. Tracy Jones brings up a great comment. Rockefeller saw that no one was reading scripture, so he decided to take all the symptoms of the unseen spiritual battle, unclean spirits, and say they are now symptoms of mental illness. So, I mean, I think pharmaceuticals have contributed quite heavily towards mental illness in our country, especially to kids. But that's the whole idea: is you keep everyone busy. Internet comes out. Well, how are you going to control people when they have access to all of this information now and resources to talk to people from different parts of the world? Well, you put them on meds and you scatter their brains and you prevent them from having energy to do research on matters like this.
Yeah. Jake makes a good point about you teach them fake history. You convince them everything has been explored. Yeah. And you just, exactly. I mean, I couldn't have said it better. I mean, everything has already been solved. Nothing new, nothing shiny's coming. It's all here what it is. It's just going to just multiply.
I talk about that a lot. That's what Darwin was there for. I think all of that is to make us think we come from monkeys, that there's no God, no creator, it's all just a random accident. So they had to falsify our timeline to keep us in this false impression of who and what we really are. And once we break their conditioning, which is what I think we're doing, we're off to the races, I think, But just need to wake up to it.
We got a caller in, Travis. Travis going to make us all feel bad by doing this call shirtless.
Travis. No, man.
That's fine, man. I get it. You want to show off?
No. I'm just, bro. So I'm a street dude from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Doggone, and if you think about it, this is the last demographic you would think it would be in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Doggone. Bro, this is what I go to sleep on. I go to sleep on listening to all this history and looking up stuff. I purposely go and ride the train and the bus in Atlanta now and just go and put my hands on this old world stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bro, it's amazing.
Is it all over? Is it all over Atlanta? I don't know anything about Atlanta.
Over. Hey, bro, the damn what that shit called? The World's Fairs.
Yes, yeah.
Man, bro, it's called Piedmont Park now.
Piedmont, yeah. I did Atlanta. I did one on Atlanta.
Man, hey, bro, I probably watch yours, bro. I go out there, I put my hands in that shit. I be like, oh my goodness.
You feel something. It's like an energy, because I've done it in Nashville. like running around Nashville, like something just kept you like. I swear, you just it just it's interesting. It's so interesting.
And then doggone our state capital, like our state capital, of course got the dome, doggone, but but then that motherfucker gold is gold, and then it's a lady standing on top of it, like shit, who that lady is, like who they praying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, oh man.
What would you say your biggest question, since we've got Chris here? What would be your question for Chris?
I would say, I didn't really question. It's like really wild. It came to, it's like doggone. We done came to the conclusion. It's good and bad. And doggone, whether I ain't religious, but I believe in good and bad. And doggone, what I learned, do not fear the bad shit. Like whenever some bad shit happening, be like, you know what I'm saying?
Make it smaller. Make it smaller.
Make it 100%.
Yeah, like because that's what evil feed off of.
Yeah, they want you to panic and set it in.
It's awesome, Travis. It's awesome.
For real. And look, that's why I want to call in, because like, shit, bro, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Well, I ain't gonna say the N word, but I'm a.
I'm glad you called in, man. Like this is I'm fascinated by. We've had someone from Maine, we had someone from Florida, now we got someone from Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, all of the energy when people are talking about this is the same. It's just like something is not right.
Something ain't right.
Something is not right. Well, hey, give us a follow, Travis.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you, bringing up the women viewership in this. Thank you so much,
bro. I'm skinny as hell, bro.
That's enough. It's enough.
It's funny.
No, thank Travis for calling in. Yeah,
That's
no,
cool.
I mean, I'm sure you're used to this everywhere you go. Was there anything about Atlanta that stood out to you the most?
Oh, Atlanta was ridiculous. It was the stories, though. The Civil War, Sherman, was it General Sherman?
Yep.
Like torched his way across Georgia as he left Atlanta, destroying every city along the way, or something like that. It was like if he couldn't have it, then they couldn't have it too. No, I don't know.
I was from Iowa, raised in Iowa, and it was the Iowa battalions that decimated Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
So whenever I have friends from Atlanta, I always bring that up to them.
Yeah, because it strikes a nerve, right? Just like the Civil War reenactments that you guys do down there too. That's fucking weird. That's weird. I'm just saying.
I like your thought on that, on the Civil War. Like, can you? Yeah, can you go into that a little bit? Because
it's a total anchor point. It's a total trigger point in the timeline, the historical timeline, especially in North America. Canada becomes a country in 1867, which is right after your Civil War. We get the Great Fires in Boston and Chicago in 1871, right? So this is all right in around that same timeline. I think it's 1872. You get USA Incorporated. And a lot of people have done their research on the Civil War, say that basically the British got their stranglehold on the U.S. financially through the Civil War, and that's why it became USA Inc. Right? So I don't know. It kind of makes sense timeline with the destruction, with the wanton destruction. Like a Civil War, you're going to destroy infrastructure too. I don't know. It's usually a battle of people versus people, and you're doing it to preserve the infrastructure. So
yeah, well, that's why I was wondering if there was inside missions of, almost certain buildings, certain things that had to go. Like there was almost a list, and each battalion or each company was responsible, for this and that. Because I'll have to rewatch it. But in Band of Brothers, I could have swore there was an episode on that, on trying to protect certain buildings while they were over there fighting, and because they knew that the plan was to erase that, almost make it like it never existed, and trying to protect it so it stood, so people understood what was here at one time, and not all great times were lost, even though a terrible war is put its nasty claws in. That's what I was wondering. That's interesting. Thank you for going into that.
Have you ever looked into the country of India and some of their old structures?
Oh yeah.
So I wanted to play this clip. This is from Pravi Mahon, and let me see here, pull it up here real quick. But he talks about, and this is just one example of many, but this one temple. And what's interesting about those temples is almost all of the faces have either been chopped off or scrubbed out. And they would have been discovered around this 1850 to 1900 time period.
Like everything else.
Yes, like everything else. Yep. And he goes in. I just thought this was interesting. We can stop.
Archaeologists found an ancient wire in the Chandi Kimpulan temple in Indonesia. Yes, this is the actual picture of that high quality.
So they found this altar here on this statue, and underneath of it, that's a picture of the statue right there. So they removed this whole block, and underneath there was a hole, and they found this container full of coiled up copper wire, which they're saying this is from 1,200 years ago. And
is that a guess?
And
carbon dated guess?
That's just it. Who knows when it comes to time?
Yeah, it's all guesswork. That's the thing, right?
It is. But the official record is 1,200 years old. But now you've got this tubular copper wire, which I didn't know they had the ability to do that. And they find all these other pots full of these silver and gold metals. And what he discovers is really interesting what it does.
But this is nonsense, right? It is pseudoscience to guess that these items found here could somehow make electricity. Real science involves demonstrable evidence. Unless you take a pot, put some husk, put iron and silver plates, and generate.
So he goes ahead and reenacts
Let's use copper wires, just like what we found in the temple, to check if we get electricity via the voltmeter. But I'm shocked because there is no electricity. Putting water on the lingam. This is a well-known ritual to Hindus, so let's do that. Let me pour water on top of the lingam to unleash the power. And look, just like magic, we see electricity rising in the pot.
And I just thought this was.
I mean, it's well before its time. Like that is genius.
According to what they tell us, right?
Yeah,
we get the who's the Edison? We get the Edison version, right? Westinghouse and Edison version.
Yes.
It's bullshit. Yeah.
Well, and that's the problem with Tesla is he figures out like, hey man, I mean that's the whole premise. He goes to JP Morgan. He's like, hey, I discovered how everyone can get free electricity. Imagine what we can do. And immediately shut down.
Yeah, of course.
It's over.
Yeah. But I mean, it is interesting how, like, throughout the whole country, all these buildings we went over it earlier, they all look very similar. And that right there has to tell you, like, there was something widespread and together and had, one mindset, one belief to just build all. They're all gorgeous. They all look very similar. Like, it would make you kind of pause if it was in one part of the world or not, but for it to go all over is, and then they just want to be like, oh no, we built that with our donkeys and our 12 people, and they could blah blah blah. But it kind of frustrates me because why kill it? Why crush it? What's the harm in it? But I mean,
we got another caller here, May. Dr. Ben is waiting in the green room here at him. Dr. Ben, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Are you an actual doctor?
Where are you?
I am legally prohibited from discussing my I'm in Ohio. I was watching. I only know your name's Chris from Old World Exploration.
Yeah.
I've only seen your channel. I few different channels I watch. I always enjoy all of the presentations, and that's fantastic. And I was just, the thing I have seen is that all of the same both like names, the different peculiarities, the different all the aspects with like giant skeletons. Of course, my town has giant skeletons that were
really
picked, unearthed or whatever back in the day, and it's it's the local like, oh, that's not real, and it's like, maybe, I don't know. But what I really wanted to like point out, I worked at this place called Chautauqua Institution in Chautauqua, New York for a while, and it this was years and years ago that I worked there, and when I was there, it was like an odd place, right? Like there was a place that looked like the Greek Parthenon, and like all kind. There was a little scale map of the Holy Land down by the lake, and
okay.
And so I'm watching you guys talking, and I'm like, well, let me look up Chautauqua, and of course, it's listed as it was founded in 1874, and the founder's daughter was Mina Miller Edison, who was the wife of inventor Thomas Edison. And it's just, you go through it, and it's all sorts of like famous presidents, inventors, all this different things, all had something to do with this place. It was a whole sort of new age movement back in the 1800s. And there's, I guess, at least my question is, what is anyone considered, or maybe not considered, but concerned that eventually there'll be some sort of pushback against this whole community? Because I know community's kind of like disjointed a little bit, like the fella above me, cussing with Hussing.
Cussing with Hussing, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Thank you. When you're fussing, you call in on Hussing. All right. Sorry.
Like you said, you didn't know about John Levi, unless you were just being sarcastic.
No,
okay.
Never heard of it.
But there's a lot of so many different people in the different areas of the community don't know about this person, or don't know about that person, or the business with the small season. My concern is once things get a little bit more cohesive, if you will, that there'll be some sort of pushback to label what do you want to call it, the old history or forgotten history or Tartarian movement. And you see anytime there's a different alternative styled community or anything, they'll get labeled as something derogatory. You know what I mean?
That's, we're already there in many regards. It's not
right.
It's not big enough. It's not big enough like Flat Earth, to marginalize in that way. But I'm sure it'll come, and I'm sure there have been people involved. There's the one guy, AWA or something like that. He might have done the big 5-hour documentary you were watching there, that you tapped out of. But then he did a complete flip-flop on most of his theories. And
really?
Everything
Really?
I was telling you guys is crap, and here's the actual history is what they tell us.
Well, I remember the old days of YouTube, when conspiracy YouTube was, at its height, and you typed in whatever you wanted to type in, and you could find the videos you were looking for. And I always feel like I'm on the right trail of something when I go to research some subject, and I just get nonstop fluff pieces on YouTube and Google. And at that point, I know, okay, this requires a little bit more digging. There's something folded behind what's going on. And then, after, and sometimes you have to dig. And with this subject, you have to dig, because first of all, like even with TikTok, there's a crap ton of videos that if you type in Tartaria are going to be like maybe 1 or 2, 4, and then you're going to get bombed with everyone calling you an idiot. And and I think whenever you see an algorithm forced one way, YouTube changed it to where you type in things and it's just blank until you hit search. I don't know if you guys noticed that change. That happened during the Alex Jones years, and they kept it with other type of conspiracy theories that were going on. And so I feel like you guys are on to something, and that's why I wanted to have Old World Exploration, Chris, on. And that's the idea of our show is, we're a podcast for the curious mind. So when we stump, we're just two guys, like we're not gonna that's why we want to have guests like Chris on, because these are, this is someone who, you're just out there doing your own research, and you spent a lot longer time, Chris, on it than I have, but so that's why your viewpoint, I mean, you've done over 200 cities at this point,
I just collected a lot of visuals, and I got to a point where I wasn't able to share it in my day-to-day with people that appreciated it. So I figured I got to do something. So I decided to make a YouTube channel and just show the pictures that I have of what I think are old world structures or whatever.
Like I said before, Corey told me this was happening. I was always interested in the old buildings and whatnot, but like this has got me so deep in, like I love it. Like it makes me just want to go more and more, like to be in that group. Yeah, labels are gonna fly and whatnot, but nowadays labels can fly and they're not gonna hurt you and they're not gonna point you in a corner. You can band together, you can be strong, and you can just fight the haters and the naysayers. Like the world we live in now. Yeah,
officialdom is dead, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Ben, when did you discover this theory about the old world, and what was the defining moment that sort of drew you into noticing your perspective changing?
I think the first thing I remember hearing of, I was in a writers group, and one of the people was complaining about there's some girl on the internet who says the Roman Empire wasn't real. And I was like, what? I don't know if that doesn't sound right. What do you mean? And they were just like, don't even look it up. Those people are just crazy. And I was like, oh, okay. And like, I didn't agree with them about anything already. So I was like, let me go check and see what I could find. And I think it might have been John Levi might have been the first one I found. And I just kept, I think on the bottom of his page, it had like other suggested channels, and just that's how I found it. Is just pick.
Is there any buildings in your hometown that make you be like, God damn it, God damn it, what am I looking at here?
There is a couple of pretty big old churches. Like there's a giant old Catholic church that has got the same huge, like 8 foot by 10 foot or whatever blocks. That's like, how did that even happen? Like, how did they build this, back in the 1800s? Like the whole area here was just mud, and then they built this.
Yeah.
That's why I love the Giants conversation. Like that's so fascinating, because we have to know that these giants roamed the world, because nothing else makes sense in a way.
40-foot doors, right? The 30,
yes.
40-foot doors.
Yeah. And like you said, with the unbearing of these giants in certain locations and whatnot, and they're like, "Oh, what's that? I've never seen that before." And it's like, "Oh, come on, you've known about it. Everyone is known about it. You just
Smithsonian, right?
Yeah,
Smithsonian and National Geographic are need a really good looking at by the public.
Yeah,
I think we need to hold them accountable for what they're keeping from the public.
Exactly.
There was one I found today that wasn't in any of the different, Tartarian or like alternative history groups or channels, where they were talking about Indiana, and they were talking about all these the same thing, like cut stones, giant buildings, walls, and it was just this guy, and he's like, what's going on? Because they tell us that the Indians that were here were just primitive beings that were just barely subsisting.
Yep.
And from what I understand, the Indians have stories of there being a separate race that was here before them that would have been the Giants. So
that's interesting. I have a couple of friends that are Lakotan, part of the Sioux tribe there, and I'm gonna have to grill them on some of their ancient history. Because even native cultures, they've been so whitewashed that by the time they got back to their roots, they can only find things that still have ties into Christianity. It's very hard for them to discover what their ancient belief system was. So
same here where I am. Yep.
Yeah. But thanks so much, Dr. Ben. Any more questions you got for Chris?
No, just keep doing what you're doing. I would encourage anyone who is involved with this, exploring history, is put down your put down your research, document it, get it into a hard copy, because, if everything's just in the cloud, I mean,
Yeah,
on like
no.
that,
take it.
I save everything offline for sure. Ben, you might renew my faith in doctors.
Yeah.
Not a medical doctor. Not a
Yeah.
medical doctor.
Thanks so
Thanks
much,
again,
Dr.
fellas.
Ben. We appreciate it. Dr. Ben calling in.
That's I think Flat Earth Dave, he turned me on to somebody on TikTok, the Dr. Regenerated. I follow him on TikTok.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of videos on, not a bunch, but he had a handful that were, right around this discussion. And I found it super interesting. And now, John Levi, you yourself, all these, I'm just, as we're talking, I'm going and just following people and just, getting into the community, because it's just so fascinating. I mean, it's like I said, it's heartbreaking that they want to erase it and change it and, put their own stamp on it. But I guess, I mean, unfortunately it's par for the course, it seems like. So
Yeah, but why is it so empowering to research it? That's what struck me. Like I felt so alive looking into this. And that's
Hopeful.
why I do.
Like
Yeah.
I almost feel hopeful. Like when I
Absolutely.
watch this, it's not like watching Epstein Island. It's a
Yeah.
completely different feeling. Like some of the stuff you see going on with the New World Order and these wars that they're creating, and you're just like, God, I have no control. And we
Yeah.
don't, not individually, we have no control over that issue.
No, we
But
don't
when
have beefs. The people never have beefs with people in other countries. It's always the powers that shouldn't be.
exactly.
We got Travis calling back in here. Travis, did you put a shirt on, or are you just?
Yes, sir.
Oh my
Yes,
God!
sir.
Look at.
Yes, sir.
Wow, look at this
Yes,
guy.
sir.
Oh my God! Well, this is where we get banned from YouTube. So follow us on Twitter.
No. I ain't gonna cuss, doggone.
Go
But
ahead.
nah,
Tell me what's on your mind. I see you changed your thing to "I don't think slavery happened." Do you think this is a change in old world history as well?
that's part of the reset, sir. That's part of the reset.
I hear you.
That's part of the reset.
Thank you for
Really?
saying that. Thank you for saying
And
that.
look, and look.
Can we go into that at all? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look,
It's random
look.
facts. So I'm curious because I've never heard this either. This is all new to me.
Man, bro, you ain't never heard it, but you thought about it before.
No, I've always believed slavery has happened.
Nah.
I've never been presented with. So
Okay,
Not in the way that we've been told. So.
there you go.
What do you mean, Chris? Explain
Bruh.
this to me.
Well, what's the point of us being so divided? Who
Ooh,
does that serve, right?
the devil. The devil. Like,
Say, what is it? Is it the Jim Crow laws came about in the 1890s? I think it was. I could be wrong on that.
I thought
I
it was
think that
after
was-
the World War or after the Civil War, right? So it would have
that
been
was after that was
Yeah.
after slavery. That was after
This,
slavery.
yeah, this all comes about. The division seems to have been seeded in our recorded history in the last
Yeah.
125 years. And who does it serve? Because it's being used even right now in our modern day, right?
Every day.
To
all
confuse
the
the
time.
people. And
Yeah.
divide
And look,
the people.
and look. It's not confusing us for right now, is it?
No,
No.
it's not.
Exactly. Like,
well, as someone of
That's
Scott-
why I always say that if we come together as one, we are the scariest, strongest force
Game over.
that can
Game
be
over.
dealt with. But they don't want that. Every time we come so fucking close,
division.
something stupid fucking happens, and
Divide
then
and
boom.
conquer, right?
Yeah.
I've seen this discussion about the closest we've gotten to it in our generation was the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street were both at their height at the same time in 2010. And after that point, if you look onto media coverage, the charge for racism spikes higher than ever before in news coverage. And you sort of see them testing it. I forget the young man that got shot for hands up, don't shoot, which clearly that wasn't the narrative. You know, but they didn't accomplish what they wanted there.
Exactly.
And then George Floyd came along, and 2020 happened.
He was a drug
and,
addict.
And
you guys have intelligence agencies down there in the States, don't you?
yes.
Does that have anything to do with any of this?
It has everything to do
Just
with
a
all of this.
smidge. Just
It has everything to do with all
CIA,
this.
FBI. Look. look at fellas. I stayed in Atlanta. Doggone, it's a thing called the GBI, just like the FBI. It's literally right here in the hood of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Doggone,
What does it stand for?
I guess Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I guess. Doggone.
Interesting.
But now look. So like, okay, I'm a diesel technician. I work on the 18 wheelers. Doggone, that ain't no black folk job. I work with a bunch of white boys. Doggone, bro. I've been working this shit for 10 years. These white boys have taught me so much. Doggone, I love and respect these boys. Doggone, they ain't never tried to kill me. You know what I'm saying? Doggone, but when I walk out the house, it be folks who look like me trying to kill me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Doggone, but like when you listen to the Democrats or whatever, they try to you know what I'm saying? Doggone, man.
Well, and it's not just a Democrat thing; it's a Republican thing too. It's
both sides
both
of
these
the aisle.
parties
Unfortunately,
love division.
Oh, you're right.
You're right. It's just a matter how you establish it. You know, the Democrats, their bread and butter for the last 50 years has been racism, and they're good at it. They're good at propagating.
That's why there's not a one-party system. It's division from the beginning. You have division from as long as you can remember back, and as long as you can open up that crusty old textbook from that 98-year-old teacher. Like, it's division from the get-go as soon as you were small. And now it's gotten so bad where, you know, like, little ones are getting raised on that, and they just think it's pure evil, and they feed on it. And it has to change. And I'm afraid that this train is going to last a little longer than we need it to.
Because look, I'm gonna tell you, like, I be seeing it. It's because you got dumb people raising children. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Well,
bro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
No, go. I don't think it's dumb people. I mean, I think it's people are not allowed to raise their children. We are enslaved to the dollar and our debts, and to survive in a society. And both parents have to work and to provide for for children, and then boom, you're not raising your kids. The system is, and everyone ends up being worse off because of it.
But look, I'm 33 years old. Like I said, born and raised in Atlanta. Doggone, yeah, shit. It's been a hell of a year, doggone. But doggone. So, bro, my mom and my daddy, they raised from South Georgia. They country ass motherfuckers. They doggone Democrat, doggone. So how did I find myself here with you guys? Doggone, off of me exploring. You know what I'm saying? Doggone thinking outside the box. That's the problem. It's like
you can't buy into the stereotypes. That's what kills everybody, and that's what kills it all. Is the stereotypes. They want you to feed into the stereotypes, so you hate your neighbor, you hate the different color of skin, you hate the religion, you hate all of it. Like they want you to buy in to the stereotypes, because that'll keep their fight. And they're doing it for. I mean, we're doing it for them. And
guys, it's the same here. I'm in Canada. It's the same here. We're trained to think of you guys as a bunch of crazy idiots.
Crazy Americans.
It's the same thing. You don't want to be like the Americans. That's what they're gearing. It never used to be that way. Growing up, everybody wanted to be like the Americans. Now they've turned on you guys internationally.
We got a new caller calling in, Travis. I'm going to let you go.
All right, fellas. It's nice talking to y'all again.
Take care, Travis.
Thanks, Travis.
Yes,
Calling
sir.
anytime. New caller for we got New World Over here. Welcome aboard, New World Over.
Oh, hey guys, awesome to be able to speak with you today.
Yeah, man, thanks for calling in. What's on your mind?
Oh man, I was just I was glad that I was able to catch you guys live. You know, honestly, I watched Lucius Aurelian. Like, yeah, he's like top notch. Blows my mind every time. So I know that you guys make videos sometimes, and I'm constantly churning out your content to whoever subscribes to me, because I feel like it's important on a lot of levels, on a spiritual level, on a lot,
When did you start, especially with this line of subject of the old world? When did this get introduced to you, and when did you start seeing your surroundings with a different perspective?
Well, I definitely started looking into just like history, like U.S. history in general, during the 2020 time, you know, because there was a lot happening, and I felt like, you know, I feel like a lot of people were just like wanting to learn something because there was, you know, all, you know, just everything that was being pushed onto us, and then I stumbled upon the World's Fairs, and I was like I was just blown away. I'm like, how could this be here, you know? And then like we're not being taught about it, and I'm like, I just felt like this euphoric rush. Like honestly, I was like, this is beautiful, you know? Like, you know, we're not just a bunch of, you know, wagoners, you know? Like there was something magnificent here or something, you know? And then I found out about, you know, Tartaria, and I started reaching like reading deeply into like, you know, like flamenco's work and stuff like that, and then I started questioning a lot, you know, like, you know, all the you know crazy stuff that's been, you know, pushed onto us, you know, and then you know, just like random stuff like you know, the Queen, you know, like not like the one that was just, you know, what
Victoria?
but like Henry John Temple, or, you know, whoever.
See,
you know?
I haven't heard any of the
Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of these stories, you know, like this is all still very fresh, you know. So when you throw these names out, I'm like, what? Hey, the Queen? What? Like, who are you talking about? The Queen?
Oh yeah,
The Victorian era.
Victoria's Secret, man. Yeah,
the Victorian era was.
secret.
It's a victory over the old world.
She got a dang-a-lang. Yeah, man.
Is that why he committed
Henry John
suicide?
Temple? Henry John Temple. Yeah, look it up. You know.
Well, he committed suicide, didn't he?
Who?
The creator of the franchise Victoria's Secret. I believe he committed suicide.
I mean, it seems like everyone's dropping like flies.
Yeah, well,
Oh, I was talking about Queen Victoria.
Yeah, Queen Victoria, she got a secret.
Yeah, Corey, I don't think they were talking about the store in the mall.
You know,
But Corey, that's a great sink, though. That's a great sink.
Yeah, the guy did end up killing himself that sold Victoria's Secret because he ended up selling it, and then the guy turned it into like a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Of course, that's okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to.
Corporations
It links up
are
with
tied
Epstein
into
Island
the
too,
same,
doesn't it?
You know what?
It links up with Epstein Island again, doesn't it? The Victoria's Secret guy?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's all connected. I mean, you don't get anywhere in this world without selling yourself to somebody, some way, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and that's just it. Is you know, I firmly believe we live in a corporatocracy. You know, where we are sold off to the highest corporation that wants to publish whatever crap we're selling. And these truths are inconvenient. But now in your hometown, have you seen buildings?
I'm from San Diego, man. So we are the only city in the United States that still has a large majority of their World's Fair intact. You know, a lot of it's been, you know, seriously perverted, you know, and like destroyed, you know, and there's like a bunch of stupid like museums in it, you know, that are like just total bogus crap, you know, just to distract us from the magnificence of the buildings, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, it's like we still have the Organ Pavilion at that site, you know, which is pretty cool. You can still go there, and I think like every Sunday or something they still play it for you.
That's pretty neat. I did a video on San Diego.
Yeah,
Balboa Park and the stuff that they left on this, and they're trying to pass it off as temporary crap. It's crazy.
I know, it's all crazy, man. But yeah, I just glad that I was able to catch you guys. I mean, all the time.
Can I call you NWO? Are we on a friend basis at this point?
You can call me whatever you want, man.
Okay, NWO. I love all these people calling in from different towns. You know, with
the guy from Georgia was great. The guy that was just on, he was
Travis.
awesome.
Yes, no, and Jake, and we appreciate everyone. We appreciate you calling in. NWO, feel free anytime.
Thanks for having me, man.
Give us a follow. No, I think it's fascinating. The like you guys were all saying, like it's not a dark or a bad feeling. It's like it's
a different one. It's like you said earlier, the New World Order makes you fucking sick to your stomach and you want to puke and all the shit that they want to do and jam down us and set us back forever. It feels like but the old world, like I'm telling you, like I'm super jazzed on this. Like it's just the vibe and the feelings that you get from these, things that are just being hidden from us and whatnot. Like it just gives you a different feeling. It's not oh shit, here we go again. It's, oh man, what a beautiful piece. Like what happened?
It
Why?
was way better than we thought it was.
Yes.
That's what I think, It's like we're scraping off the Matrix goo, like Neo coming out of the battery, and we're just trying to get that shit off of us. It's like I just want to be able to see clearly.
Yes.
Well, and I mean that's why I wanted to play at the beginning, right before our intro, that clip about what they're finding in Egyptian tombs from 3,000-4,000 years ago. How are they getting American tobacco and Colombian white stuff shipped over there, and so much so that they could bury it? Which kudos to those priests for having the resolve to bury that and not
sample the wares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Good
that's
stuff,
the Giants thing. I mean, that all of it is so. You could just go down so many freaking tunnels on this thing. It's it truly is spectacular.
And it cuts to the core of us, doesn't it? Just with some of the chats we've had here tonight, it goes deep for sure. Yeah.
Well, and we're right on that 2-hour mark, so I think we should probably wrap it up. Now you've written a couple books, is that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say written a book. It's a coffee table book. It's a compilation of demolished buildings in North America. I did 101 and then another 101. And it's just a way for me to archive these things, put them in the same spot. And I had people over the years ask me how they can donate money to me or whatever. So I decided to make these books. And if people want to contribute, they can buy my books. Is how I've got that done.
Any diving into Tennessee? I know I like I said, where I'm fresh on this, I need to go all the way through your page, but
you're in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I did Nashville.
Okay,
right?
great. Yeah.
But I have a lady that I'm pretty close with that she lives in Tennessee. She'd probably have a lot more hot spots than I would off the top of my head.
Nice.
But
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much everywhere. I'm looking at Knoxville, Chattanooga in Tennessee.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find anything. Throw a rock, throw a stick, you'll find something.
Anything along the Mississippi River, I'm sure you're gonna find.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of melted architecture too. Look at riverbanks and cuts around roads and stuff like that. And look.
I guess that's the other. We're gonna have a part 2 and go into that. The melted architecture.
You guys got to dive into it first, though, right?
Okay.
Check it out.
No, we'll do our research. Maybe we'll have you back on in 6 months, and we'll pound out some more random facts. It's going to take me a minute, man. This is like this guy.
See you around Thanksgiving.
How many years? 2020.
3 years.
Yeah.
21. Yeah.
Okay, 21. Okay, yeah. So
my first year, my jaw was on the floor and I couldn't function. The first year of my research, so it took me a year to put it together and figure out.
Just to organize that type and to open your mind up to that.
Yeah.
And
then to be able to present it, right? That's a hard thing too.
That's why we cheat here at Phantom Facts, and we just have someone else come on and explain it for us. No, we appreciate you coming on, Chris. We thank you so much. You're more than welcome. Come on anytime you want. Follow Chris, Old World Exploration. You're on Rumble, you said, YouTube. Yep. You got a couple books. I saw the links in your YouTube video, so go click on that. Get yourself a nice conversation starter piece. And anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I've been told the books are good for waking up the normies. You stick it on your coffee table, and they might pick it up and start flipping through and start asking questions. But no, I just encourage everyone to dig into what we're calling the old world. There's lots of resources out there, but it's right outside your door. It might even be in the house you're living in. So look a little closer at what's going on around you, and don't trust what they're telling us and what they've been telling us for 100+ years. It's bullshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. We got up to 203 followers or watchers on the show. We know that's a lot to do with you, Chris, so we appreciate that. And as usual, we will finish the show off with the Kiffness, but before, a special indie song out from last week's request to all of our Alex Jones fans.
We're going to win, win, win. You're going to get so tired of winning. You're going to say, Mr. President, please, please, please. It's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'm going to say, I don't give a damn. We're going to keep winning 100.
There's a man on TV at a desk in a suit. He lies through his teeth and they still call it the news. And there's a man in a white coat whose medicine kills. He loves when you're sick cause you pay for his pills. There's a man at the bank who will give you a loan so that you'll buy a house and then he'll take your home. There's a man who wants you spending your life online. Those are searching for truth but controls what you find. We'll be fine, babe, if we don't make it through. There's a man in a church who I really hope told me the truth. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It don't help if you can fly, 'cause way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just wanna burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe, I'll be the man for you. There's a man in a court sworn to uphold the law, but he's crooked as a fence post and don't do his job. There's a man in a classroom who should know the facts, but he's brainwashing kids, teaching English and math. There's a man in your phone who hears everything you say. He knows everywhere you go, every joke you ever made. There's a man with a bloodline that owns the whole world. Every airplane and building and gold brick and pearl. We'll be fine, babe, if we don't make it through. There's a man in a church who I really hope told me the truth. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It won't help if you can fly, he's way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just want to burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe, I'll be the man for you. Pray that the man in the sky's watching over us tonight, 'cause there's people looking down on us for fighting for what's right. Hold the line, babe, and I'll hold on to you. There's a man in the clouds and I hope he's looking down, 'cause there's people here on earth who trying to put us in the ground. We'll be fine, babe, I won't let go of you. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It won't help if you can fly, he's way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just want to burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe, I'll be the man for you.
There are many people who say that they would rather go without breakfast than go without their affirmations each morning. Speak to yourself positively. Use positive self-talk all the time. Remember, you talk to yourself at the rate of almost 1,500 words a minute. Most people talk to themselves in terms of doubt and fear and worry and anxiety. Talk to yourself positively. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. Just repeating, I can do it, I can do it, over and over again. Boost your self-confidence and boost your self-esteem. When you have nothing else to do, say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. Because saying I like myself or I love myself expands your ability and your capacity in every area of your life. Also, verbalize. Speak out loud. Make sure the things that you say out loud are consistent with the person that you want to be and the things that you want to do. Verbalize and say, I like myself. Don't say aloud things that, like, I'm never on time, I can't lose weight, I can't quit smoking, I wish I could, and so on. But always speak in positive terms. Remember that you can almost double the force of an affirmation by speaking it aloud. If you speak it really loud, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. If you speak it really loud and really strong, it has double, triple, sometimes several times the impact.
Cause you had a bad day, you're taking one down, you sing a sad song just to turn it around. You say you don't know, you tell me don't lie, you were gonna smile and you go for a
I just have one thing to say. Hang on here.
Hey Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? You'll strip the rat from an American, but leave it locked and loaded for the Taliban. Hey Joe, where you going with that blood on your hands? I Heard you say it, it was on the news. You're the president, the buck stops with you. Now there ain't no mommy and there ain't no dad, 'cause you wrapped them up in the American flag. 13 kids but you stopped the war, and there ain't no sense going back for more. 'Cause hey Joe, we did it, 81 million votes. Hey Joe, where you going? Why you moving so slow? They'll prop you up on the TV screen, but forget your job. What flavor ice cream is that? And hey Joe, where you going? Do you even know? Come on man, not a joke. Here's the deal, the country's broke. You ain't no leader and you ain't the boss. You wander around like you're fucking lost. So check your watch, turn your back, set us up for the big attack. 'Cause hey Joe, we did it, 81 million votes. Hey Joe, so where you going with that gun in your hand? And hey Joe, where you going with all that blood on your hands?
Broadcasting live from the Free Speech Studios. Deep within the city of Fountain, with over 4 years of satisfying the curious mind and looking damn sexy while doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, Phantom Fact Society.
Always right there. Broadcasting live from the city of Fountains. And I don't want to be a spoiler alert here, but I have yet to see 3.
3.
They told me 200 fountains in the city of, they named their city of Fountains. I'm sorry.
Get it off the chest. Get it off.
I'll bring it down.
I mean, it's a lie. It's bullshit. Maybe the other fountain is in Kansas City in the stadium, in the baseball stadium, Kauffman.
I mean, we'll get to it. Welcome everybody to Phantom Facts Society on a Friday night.
What are we doing? Who are we? Are we Kenyan marathon runners? We're going every night.
We're testing out a theory, and with all 8,400 watching here on X and YouTube, we are currently the number 2 show on all of X. Alex Jones is bringing in a whopping 2 million plus. They don't even, it's just 2 mil plus sign. But we're hoping that his male enhancement pills for the day wears off and he will end his stream. And then we will be true to the title of this, the number 1 best night show on X. And you're right. Day 3 is the day we get divorce papers. So
here they come.
I mean, did you? How's the household handling Papa broadcasting live his sultry voice over the X airwaves?
Well, it's bedtime, so it should be okay as long as I keep it like this. I've been dealing though all day with my barn cat gave birth to kittens today, so
Congratulations.
I thought I'd bring him inside because it's been frigid cold in Tennessee, and you know, fiance is deathly allergic to cats, so that was not a good idea. So we relocated him back outside and hooked it all up, and then the cat decided to pick each one of them up and drop them off at the front porch to go back inside because she was like, "Bitch, I'm an entire cat now." So
Who won?
she's back in the barn. We locked the doors to see if and she went in there and she, like she was good, but yeah, man, it was broke my heart because I always look for her at nighttime and then in the mornings, she greets me, and this morning I walk in there and I'm calling her name, and like she pops her head out of this box, this Amazon box that we keep like paintbrushes and stuff in, like clean ones, and then she's got something in her mouth and she brings it up to me, and it was one of her kitties didn't make it over the night. So, it kind of broke my heart.
She brought you the dead baby
to try to fix it or save it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But she's got 5 healthy ones. So, yeah.
My Phantom Facts condolences. I mean, for those of you who this is your first time watching our show, we do tend to start with very horrible subjects. Didn't expect it from Chris May and the abandonment of this cat that relied on him, but we can break that psychologically down later at some time. Sure.
Please, I need it.
You need it now. You want
No, just whenever. I'm new to this cat dad thing.
Hey, well, you know what they say when that happens.
Cause you had a bad day.
No. Is that too dark? I apologize.
So yeah.
Well, what color was the cat?
It was black.
How many kittens?
She had 6 total, but 5 are alive.
All
2
right,
orange
all right.
ones, 2 orange ones, and 3 black ones.
Well, you're batting 92% right now, so let's keep it going.
Yeah, we'll see. We got to make it through the night. I might have to sleep in the shop tonight. Who knows?
What's the temperature in that barn?
Well, we've got the heaters and stove running, so it's
Got a couple of heaters. Is
yeah,
it too hot? Do you think it was too
no,
hot?
it's probably 65, 67. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
it's fucking like 12 degrees outside right now. 22 degrees outside right now. So
yeah, but after this, there's a break at least.
Yes.
And that's your weather update here on Phantom Fact Society.
the traffic is backed up on I-24 and going northbound. Take exit 31.
Well, that's horrible, man. That it's hard. I remember there's one comedian where he tells this joke about how his dad gets cancer and lives out his last few months and then dies actually suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
And the dog he had for 15 years, a day after his funeral, crawled up on his chair and died. And the whole audience goes, "Aw." And he's like, and that's how I know Americans are fucked up. Because not one of you said, "Oh," when I told you my dad died of cancer.
Yeah. It was because of the dog.
It's because the dog died of cancer.
Yeah, of a broken
But
heart.
it's true, man. Like, it's
Yeah.
hard. It's hard. Everyone's got an old Yeller story or something like that.
Yeah. No, it's just weird because it's like we've never had animals to like give birth before, so this is a first, and she was telling me, oh, they do this in the wild all the time, we'll get it figured out, but we'll see what happens. She should be fine.
Yeah, she'll be all right. Cats are pretty resilient,
Mhm.
Pretty amazing. All right, that's enough.
Oh my
Check out our cat episode if you're a fan of cats. Go on your Spotify, look up Phantom Fact Society. Check out the Cat Wars. It's one of my favorite episodes of all time. Mate, you're a little glitchy tonight. You know why though? Is it me go to the research director? All looks clear.
I'm glitchy. Is it the background?
It might be. It might be the background struggling.
Let's-
While you're doing that, though, I've got a great little clip for you. There it is, deep in the bunker of Kentucky.
Don't mind the insulation.
Deep in the bunker of Kentucky. I don't even want to know what crazy prepper shit you're doing right now in your life. But I do have something for you. Something that thankfully the research director for Phantom Fact Society, you know her. Swell gal. She did a little extra research after the show last night, and she was very adamant that I play this for you. And I thought we beat it into your heart already, but
My heart or the viewer's heart?
your heart, because
Oh, shit, here we go.
I don't care about Sandra Bullock, but you do. So
Oh, yes.
Up for these incredible drag queens in North Carolina at this club called the Paddock Club. And I used to what did you do? Hot glue my sequins on a little shirt so I had an outfit.
But what would you do? What was
I
your
would
act?
dance. I would dance. And they were I believe I wasn't hired because I was good. I believe I was hired because I was very enthusiastic.
Right.
And they made it rain for me. As if I believe that's where Make It Rain had. They would just they were amazing.
Of being the new Bionic Woman.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
how do you feel about this?
Good. Very honored.
Bruh.
And it's a drag show. It's a safe place to express yourself as a woman. She didn't look like a man at that last clip. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
jury's out. Jury's still out. I mean, that's fair. It's hard to
Yeah.
crush that. I get that. I hate to start every show, discussing that too. But
listen. Oh, here we go.
Here we are.
Brilliant actress. You are an incredibly talented rapper. And a few years ago, you put out a song. You put out a song which just lifted.
Bro, look at her shoulders. Look at her shoulders and that hair.
Yeah, I see it. They're broad. Strong man could stand on those shoulders.
From your job at the time, can you explain what happened?
I made a song.
Don't look down.
I made a song called. Can I say?
Yeah.
I made a song called "My Vag." Yeah, and I kind of mentioned to my boss, and she was like, "Oh," and then I was immediately fired.
Where were you working?
I was working at.
Yeah, can you say it?
No, I
No,
can't.
you
Yeah,
can't say it.
I was working as a publicity assistant.
Say it.
Say it. It was called. I can't.
What firm?
It was a firm. It was a firm.
It was a firm?
It was a
Where?
firm.
Where?
It was in Manhattan.
Where?
On-
What street?
Created a very specific mum dance.
It's a mom at a wedding, like of her son's wedding.
And what is?
All right. I can't remember what I was trying to prove with that one, but I can't bear to stand them talk. I can't stand that. Yeah. You say it. Yeah. All right. That's our weekly Sandra Bullock update.
Yeah.
I feel like can you check to make sure her fake kids are old enough to be out on their own? I'm looking at targets here, May. We may have to hold off on the Sandra Bullock thing because I don't want people picking on the kids. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone waited on Obama till after the kids were gone.
Mhm.
Now they're free game.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you kidding me? We can't do it. All right. 9 years, 7 years. In 7 years, we get to come back to this. But then everyone will know, It's bullshit.
By then, it'll be established.
If Michelle Obama goes down, that whole world goes down.
Yes.
She is going to squill.
He
is going
to squill.
Hey, how did he have kids? I didn't think the anal cavity could. Research director.
Yeah.
You know,
What'd she say?
sometimes
Can it be spoken over airwaves?
it can't be. It can't be said. But
Why not?
sometimes I look at her and I just think,
Get in the comments. Put it out
how
there.
how many you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I was wanting to call in, but I haven't caught the whole show. Well, no fear. We pre-record leading up to the live. We play pre-recorded shows, Jake.
Fluff piece.
Yeah, leading up. You know, that way, you know, people who want to hop on while they're working or something can have an old episode playing in the background. But we are live now, and I'm not gonna. God damn it. Yes.
And you can call in.
If you don't want it in the gut, put it in the butt.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can that go on a t-shirt? Hell yeah.
It's gonna have to. It's gonna have to.
Yeah, Jake, call in, man. Just
Jake, we would, yeah.
hit the
we'd
link,
love to have
bum
you
guy.
calling. You're gonna have to go onto the YouTube or Facebook, and the link will be in the comments down there. And anyone else, that goes to anyone else too, wants to call in. Put it right there. There we go. Everyone but X can get that for some reason. So I apologize. You're gonna have to. It's right there on YouTube. It's there on Facebook. Even
download
on
the
Twitch.
Purple app. Yeah, download the Purple. Give us some steam coming from the Purple app.
The Purple app. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that dead? Or is it
What,
still hot and
Twitch?
bright?
I don't know.
I thought Twitch was trying to influence their music genre out there, and they paid a guy for a year. It was $250 an hour with a max of 90,000 payout in a year.
Really?
Yeah. So you only had to do it like an hour to 2 hours a day.
That wouldn't be bad. I could do that.
So listen, Twitch, if you I mean, he admits that they lost all of their money on that deal. And that's why we are a value for value network, right? Because we don't want someone to estimate that we're worth $250 an hour. This show is not worth $250 an hour unless you think it's $250. I'm not going to tell you you might think it's worth $5 an hour. You know, you may think May's mustache is worth at least an extra 2 to that 5. It's you know.
Been growing this thing for a hot minute. I just can't quit it. You know, I can't quit you. I can't quit you.
We're all old school out there, buddy. All right. Okay, I'm done picking on old Sandra Bullock. You coming to the table with anything today, May? I've got some stuff I definitely want to go over. I just didn't want to like steamroll you.
No, you
before
choo all the way down. Because I didn't.
You know, we're new. I'm going to say we're sitting here at almost 9,300 viewers on X, trailing Alex Jones only by 1.979 million followers. That's it. But so number 2 best, and that's probably restreamed on there, don't you think? So yeah. So number 1 best night show on X that doesn't get paid a dime from X, and that's okay. You know, Elon's out there destroying the swamp. He's you know, he's putting in. I mean, it's just one of the craziest moments ever. Oh, we got Lobo Fish joining the show.
Lobo.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
How
man?
you doing, Lobo?
Hey, you deked me with the old world guy. I was like, man, this sounds so familiar. This is how I got hooked on this stuff. And then your callers came in. I'm like, man, I've heard these guys. And then that's why I said, oh, I guess I missed it.
Corey,
no, cool.
pull the old rug pull.
Well, I picked it because when you came on, you reminded me of
great.
that episode.
When I thought you went off the air, I rewound it and I was learning all over again. It was good. I'll go back and have it on in the background. But no, thanks for going live, guys. It's I just sitting here watching ESPN and glad you guys were live.
How'd you feel about the hockey game yesterday, or did you not care one bit?
Well, I did until I saw I missed it, and then I hadn't circled back to watch any of it. But I already know the results, so I don't like hockey enough to know.
Yes.
I don't know. I'll get to it.
That's the true American way, right? Like we're in it for one, and if they had won it, we'd been all in it again. But since they lost it, we're like we don't even watch it, bro. Like we had to find out.
Hockey's great. Hockey's great.
It is fun when you're watching it live is really fun, but I'm not a big enough fan to watch too many replays of it.
And everyone says playoff hockey is the best form of hockey, which I can sort of understand because I feel like playoff baseball is just one of the best spectacles in the land.
Unless it's on TBS.
Or unless it's the Twins versus the Yankees. Sorry. See, I'm yelling again. I need to bring it down. I apologize.
We need to get a yell jar or something. Donate to it.
Don't no, let's not do that. We're gonna have to have someone else donate to it. Lobo, just quick recap here. Sandra Bullock, any thoughts, yay or nay on that one yet?
Is it turning out she's looks like a man or something? What's going on? Give me a rundown on what's up with Sandra.
Sandra Bullock, born in Germany on an army base where experimentation was done. And we got to tell Jake, Jake, you have to use it on like a Chrome, or Google, click the link so it does it on Google. I know you've got that fancy brand new iPhone. And once again, the world just proves you all right?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I was talking to the research director. Threw up a little bit when I said iPhone, so I was just checking in on her well-being. But yeah, no, you gotta be on like a Chrome or Firefox or something.
Yeah, I'm a Android Maxi. Don't worry.
And here's the problem: is iPhone is superior. Well, it was vastly superior in so many areas, but the cost of transition to just everything Apple, I'm not going to give them that money. I refuse to. So I'll stick with my Android.
Well, I don't. I've got 3 kids, and in 2015, kids cannot roll with Androids. So I pay for about 4 iPhones, but I use the Samsung Notes, and I think I have an Ultra.
Oh,
but yeah, I would hate to be a kid. You try to be a kid these days, and you pull an Android out of your pocket, dude, you're drawing dead. It's real bullying.
That's crazy. It should not be that way.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I think that's kids. Kids will do that too.
But I don't. I did use a Mac at work for 8 years, and they are way. Though you're drawing dead with those. I mean, those PCs are not. They can't run with a PC or I was using
trash.
Engineering.
Yeah,
and they don't handle data as well. That's why my Apple was always freaking full, and when you edit a photo, it makes 2 copies, and it acts like you're too dumb to know what the other one was. And anyways, I still limp through. I don't have any security problems with my Android. I'm fine.
Yeah, I think it was Apple was the first company to give up their users' rights when the FBI asked for them, if I remember can do.
Oh, right. I guess when I use that thing, I kind of assume that anybody could get in the back door, but I don't know. That's a little scary.
I want to
The
tickle
back
your
door
brain.
is definitely a scary place to be.
Let me tickle your brain here, Lobo.
Yeah. What do you got?
What are you? You're a boomer, correct?
Yeah, I'm
The silent generation.
late 40s right now.
Okay, so that'd be
Three
Gen X.
kids.
You're Gen X?
Yeah, no, yeah. So I'm Gen X.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gen Xer. I have a question for you.
Yeah, I grew up without the internet in the house, buddy.
I mean, I did, but that was just because at 13 I made unfortunate choices on the browser. So, but it's completely different reasons, I guess. Anyway, that's a story for another day.
That's funny.
Sorry, Mom. To hear your mother read through the porn websites you visited.
Yeah, I faded that. The internet, when it was coming around, I was already in college, and me and my roommate would go to the computer lab, and we couldn't figure it out. We would go to, of course, playboy.com, and it would load like this. And then we were at the university. We had the best internet in New Mexico, and we're like, this ain't going nowhere. And all we had to do is just start registering. We could have been millionaires registering websites at that time, and we're too dumb. We're like, let's go to the bar, bud. Let's get out of here. This thing is
stupid.
Yeah, who
10
would ever
hours
use?
later.
But go ahead,
I remember my first search, and I won't dance around in this depravity for long. All right, but my first search was in 1997. I forget where my parents went. It was me and my brother, and primetime television at 3:00 was Xena Warrior Princess. And Lucy Lawless had the best armor. And so I remember typing in Lucy Lawless boobies or something like that. And it took like 4 hours. And it was panic inducing. I had to shut the operation down. But then years later, Spartacus came along, and the devil gods answered my prayer anyway. So, I don't know who to thank for that, but
just a red-blooded American male, bud.
Red-blooded
in the 80s.
They were just trying to teach me about Greek gods. That's it. Culture me. That's all they were trying to do.
The library days in the 80s, all the boys would go to the encyclopedias and just start looking up every curse word they've ever heard of. I mean, if we would have had the internet, we would have been busted right there too. But yeah, I was already out of the house before you could really get in trouble with the internet. So
I mean, your generation had to deal with the phone sex lines.
Yeah,
the 1-900.
Yeah, more than one roommates. I always had roommates, and then you get this.
Roommates would always have breakups.
You'd have freaking everybody's have $80 in their pocket all month, and then this phone bill comes in at like $500, and you're like, okay, who did this? And then over the years, they started recording voices, and you're like, Ben, God dang.
Yeah, what do you want to do to my sweetheart? Like, God damn it, Jim.
Yeah.
Cause you had a bad day.
That little clip just makes me happy. Do you remember when American Idol first came out and someone would get voted off because no one liked them?
Yeah.
And they would play that song. One season, they played that song every time. And I thought that is the dickiest thing to do. So we might hit 10,000 viewers tonight, Lobo. So if you want to stay along for the ride for a little bit, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'd like to stay for 5-10 more minutes, and if I have to,
Okay, well then I got a question. SIDS, right?
Sudden infant death or what?
Yes. Now, I remember it happening quite often in the 90s. That's my recollection, because it was a horrible thing to happen. I think it happened to at least 4 or 5 people.
Yeah, they made it sound big. Yeah, I remember it too.
And do you remember the cause of it? At first, it was like, oh, it's the parents' fault. They're laying them on their bellies to sleep, and then it ended up being they had no clue what caused it.
Yeah, when I started having kids in the early 2000s, I don't remember the doctors even mentioning it when we were taking the kids home.
Do you remember it being rampant though when you were younger?
Yeah, I do. I remember it being an issue, man. And I guess, is there any numbers that we can look it up? I mean,
the reason I'm just saying, like, the reason I bring it up is because I found this clip the other day. I wanted to play it for you.
So you get vaccinated, the mRNA travels through the bloodstream. It gets taken up into major organ systems, including the heart. And once it's in there, it starts to produce spike protein. So when you have heart muscle cells producing spike protein, that's going to result in inflammatory consequences, including myocarditis. And, a study with 99 million people in it, largest COVID vaccine safety study yet, found a 500% increased risk of myocarditis after vaccination, with COVID vaccination specifically. So these shots increase your risk of myocarditis due to the spike protein in the heart. And then what happens is, for symptomatic or asymptomatic myocarditis, we found that the trigger is actually in the morning hours, the morning waking hours, 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., when there's a surge in catecholamines, including dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, and also during exercise or sports, when there's also a surge in these catecholamines. So we found that those are usually the triggers that will lead to ventricular tachycardia and AFib, and lead to sudden death.
So these guys are calling it sudden adult death syndrome.
Yeah, you're freaking me out, man. After I already had to get two shots, man. I don't know when I'm gonna.
Well, obviously, it can't stay in your system for long, right? Because they're still pumping people to go get the vaccine.
Yeah.
So
I'm clear for like two years now. If it wouldn't have got me now, I'm a big guy, man. It would have taken me down earlier than now, I hope. But yeah, this. So when he was saying the mRNA, is he saying that that was in the? Or are you connecting? Maybe they were giving kids that in the vaccines in the 90s or something.
We know Bill Gates. We know Bill Gates Sr. was financing Fauci's clinics from the 80s. And also Fauci was in charge of the vaccine protocol. So then the thing is, we don't know. That's the problem. Is like, I don't want to. Yeah. I'm not here to, I'm just stretching ligaments between two bones.
It could have been, man.
Fauci was doing this in the 80s. They had a good run with AIDS, cleared out all the gays and blacks, and then they moved on to taking control of the white population in the 90s. I apologize for not being like overly researched on this. I know you got it.
Well, yeah, I wanted to, I guess, hold on, will Grok tell us how many people died of SIDS? Is there a number? Is it
well? And that's the problem. That's the problem. What we're finding out is according to RFK Jr., none of these studies have been transparent. So, you know, if they're misdiagnosing deaths, or, I mean, I just don't, you know, maybe it was, it's like, it's a wormhole we're going to have to go down. I was testing you to see if it piqued your interest.
Yeah, it does. I'd be interested because it was a bigger part of my life in the 90s. So I guess Grok says 66 deaths per 100,000 live births by 1999.
That's crazy.
So what's that, 0.06? It's enough
66 per 100,000.
Yeah. So that's 0.006. That's pretty small, but I don't know. Yeah, it could have been, man. In the 80s, we were getting freaking all the vaccines that, I mean, they roll them out, we get them, man, at the little shot place that I would go to in my small town.
I'm asking, I forget we have the great Grok to ask these questions, but what are the I'm curious what the current SIDS rate is. And I'm not sure if these states, this is what they're telling us, right? At least.
Yeah.
In 2022, it was down to 38.4 per 100,000. Now they're calling it SUIDS.
So are you saying SIDS is making a comeback or it's declining?
Don't call it a comeback. I'm sorry. I don't think it was meant that manner. Well, and they're talking about these other things. They tried to push tuberculosis. I don't know if you guys saw that, like 2 weeks ago. Were you paying attention to that? Kansas City, big news, dude. I am in the hub of the evil medical empire, and I may not make it out. This may be a Gonzalo moment.
Oh shit.
Okay, but Pfizer's here. Distribution's all here. All Kansas is known for just being barren, so that there's lots of it's the gateway to the devil.
Yeah,
is Stull, Kansas, which is literally like 20 minutes. The Pope allegedly won't even fly over there.
Oh,
and I will say this:
I think he's dying right now, isn't he? Anyways,
you know how most people will try to drum up business for a scary place. The people of Stull, Kansas, put a fence around their cemetery, have cops patrol it at night. No one's allowed in there after dark. And so I've talked to some locals in my investigative journalistic endeavors. And what they said was there's an old church there on that cemetery ground. And it was an old, rock and mortar type of structure from the early 1820s. And the roof had caved in. And what had happened is they said they rebuilt the roof, right? In the beginning. They rebuilt the roof. That night, the roof burnt down. So then a year later, they rebuilt it again. That night, it burnt down. They rebuilt it again. That night, it burnt down. They tore the church down. And they didn't.
Where's this at?
It's in Stull, Kansas. They didn't move the stones outside of the cemetery. They're on piles, neatly stacked, and they have not left the grounds. And according to some people that, now we're getting to secondhand knowledge, but they say that they've gone there at night and the church takes full shape and it becomes like a beacon of light. Supposedly the devil comes out of there twice a year and mourns the death of his wife at the hanging tree that was there.
Wow.
Now, I'm just saying Ariana Grande went there, and when she took a picture, she saw 3 spirits in that photo, and she tried to send it, and it said the file was too large to send. It was 6.6 megabits.
Oh, shit.
So she deleted it after that. So I'm just saying that, Taylor Swift is here. Pfizer is here. The Chiefs. It almost looked like the Chiefs had a spell broken in that Super Bowl, didn't it? By the America, by the Eagles, Team USA. I mean, I believe in that type of stuff, dude. Like, the symbology. 9/11, all of a sudden the Patriots go on a crazy Super Bowl run.
Yeah, Boston Marathon.
You can leave at any time, Lobo. I don't want to have you be sit here and be like, I'm a part of
No,
the Patriots. I'm just saying.
No, I like sitting in on it. I might have to leave for 5 minutes, but if I can jump
Stoll
on
was
later,
founded in 1857 by settlers of German ancestry.
You're more than welcome. Hop back in and forth as you want, Lobo. You're OG Phantom Facts.
I'll listen on my phone while I make it or run an errand. I'll be back if you guys are still on. All right, guys.
Sounds good, buddy.
It's Lobo Fish hopping in. I love having Lobo Fish on here, man. Okay. Yeah, do this Stoll. Do you want me to pull up a picture of it here?
I'm on it with Gronk right now. Initially called it Deer Creek. Sylvester Stoll, when a post office was established in 1899. By 1910, the population was around 31. Yeah, okay. I wanted some creepy facts about it, and Gronk just didn't deliver.
Well, I mean, listen, Gronk is AI. It's like, asking pop music to do a sincere ghost story. It doesn't know how.
But the last thing it says is, want more specifics like coordinates, blah, 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 or details on its farming shifts after the Clinton Reservoir construction? Just ask.
Clinton Reservoir?
Yeah, construction in Stoll.
Because the place is called Stoll Cemetery, but Clinton Reservoir.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
I'm looking it up right now. Clinton Reservoir and is that New Jersey? It might be. Gronk might be. Oh, Clinton Lake, a reservoir near Stoll. I'm not sure when it was made. 1962. All right, 75. Just so happens to have a horrible name. Down here at
Let's see
Clinton
some
Lake.
pictures, though. You said you have pictures?
Yeah, I can pull up pictures here. Buy me a little time, buddy. Buy
Okay.
me a little time.
All right. Let's see. What else can we know about this? The mayor killed an 1850s fiction. Oh, dang it. Stoll was never even an incorporated town, so it never even had a mayor. The legend seems to be a mix of student pranks, boredom, and a good old-fashioned yarn goes out the hand. What the fuck? Yeah. Let's see. Other spooky nonsense has popped up in pop culture, from TV shows to music. This little place of mine.
All right, this is it right here. I don't know if you can see it.
That's the cemetery, huh?
So that's the church. Now they tore
Oh, the
this church down after it burned down. But there's rumors. Well, the one guy said so this is one guy's account. He went there nighttime, parked his car side of the road, walked into the cemetery. As he got close to this church, which was in this shape still, all of the windows lit up. And it sounded like a choir singing. And he could have walked through the door. He chose not to.
Smart.
Not smart. I mean, come on. You only have something like that happen to you once. Aren't you a little curious? You
I'm
know?
shitting my pants. I may be bricked up. I don't know if I'm walking through the door.
But yeah. So and
But
the
take that
towns.
back. I probably would. I'm not gonna lie. I probably with the choir. Now, if it was choir you played the other day with the little kids and the women and the older people and then the men, like I don't know. I don't know what they were singing. I was but like, God damn, that is getting to me.
Dude, that's it's called Judgment. It's like a judgment song. I love it. It's like God's judgment, essentially.
Yeah, it's great.
It's I get addicted to those like vocal ones every now and then. It's just so good.
I mean, it's that acapella you love.
I know. The other guys are good too. The Jordan boys or Jaden's or.
I wonder why the Pope won't fly over it. That's interesting.
Well, it's because it's a stairway to the devil. But we all know the Pope works for the devil, so that's just no sense in that. That makes no sense. I do think, however, so there, of course, there's some fanciful stories there, but I think there's enough accounts. And the fact that the townspeople are so against it, I find to be even more fascinating. You know what I mean?
100%. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Is the town is. Yeah.
But it's an old cemetery. So, maybe they just want to honor their ancestors. They don't want a bunch of kids, fucking in the church. A bunch of little Aleister Crowleys just being gross.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's probably for the better.
Yeah, I would say so. All right. Yes. No. I am taking research director there on the spring equinox to see if we can come in. No, I'm good. Thank you.
What are you going to try to figure out or see?
I see if she's a witch.
Research director?
Yeah. Well, you got to know these things. You got to know who works for you. She's okay with it, which tends to make me believe. She's okay with it, and I've told her the purpose. I'm just gonna leave it there. I love her though, and that's because she's a witch, and I don't know. She makes my coffee so good.
Like Hocus Pocus, or like the one with fingers under the board, light as a feather, stiff as a board, like that.
You see, to me, it's stages.
Oh, okay.
It's all the same. It's just different stages, and I firmly believe there are bloodlines that breed witches.
Interesting. Interesting.
You don't think so? You don't think there's?
There could be. I'm not against it.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I could see her being a witch.
Witch? Shania Twain? Witch says yes to witch.
A Canadian witch?
Canadian witch. Yeah, they're the creepy ones that like run through the forest when it's like -20. They're like, let's breed in the snow next to the foxes and the grizzly bear. And then you impregnate them and the grizzly bear eats you, and that's her sacrifice to,
Oh fuck. Okay. Well,
a sacrifice to her career. That's allegedly how Shania Twain, but she's sort of like a reverse Samson. Like the moment she shaved her armpits, she lost her beautiful singing voice.
I don't know. I've never heard that.
Really? You don't know that? You're not gonna play yes and with me here, huh? You're just gonna shut me down? You're gonna give me an I don't know?
No, I really I don't. I have no idea. Shania Twain shaved her armpits, or she was given birth by a witch and a bear ate somebody.
You're not keeping up with me tonight, are you?
No. Well, I'm just fascinated by the witch thing, but all I could track was a bear and then hairy armpits.
Wait, is the audio bad for you? Is that the problem?
No, I need to. I need to dial it in. All right.
Yeah, you do.
I put that away. All right.
I
tried to do Gronk research on the side for the Kansas thing, and I got caught up. So,
what did you learn?
Jack shit. That's the frustrating part. I was trying to figure out why the Pope wouldn't fly over it, and the stairway to hell or the butthole to hell. I wanted to learn more about that, but
yeah,
it
it's
is AI.
It is. Some of this stuff is just you gotta get your hands dirty. And I did throw you for a loop. I didn't let you know we were talking about witches and
you piqued my interest. Was it last night? It's all running together. The Witch Garden.
Yes.
Yeah, like I look forward to understanding that more. Like, is it like gardening like you would in the back, like, tomatoes, green beans and stuff, or is it like
well, I think it's a version of gardening, like the actual act.
Okay.
How to like pair different species of plants.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then there is the of course the poison to kill the patriarchy flowers. I would say, the dark side of it, which I would say 90% of witches aren't into the dark stuff, but that's still 10%.
Yeah.
But the other stuff I feel like is just fascinating, right? Because I'm being a little over dramatic, obviously. I feel like a lot of it is just understanding how the earth works. And much like the Dark Ages, anything other than the Rockefellers' form of medicine was shunned and has been just, brushed out of existence.
Yeah, that's kind of where I thought we were going with the Witch Garden, was like herbs and remedies and stuff that was supposedly taboo.
Have you TikToked anything on witch gardens yet?
I have not. No.
Some research. We'll do some research on it. Yeah, I think that stuff's actually sort of interesting there.
Can you access TikTok on the internet?
Yes, you can. Yep, you can.
I don't want to
get. I need you to stay with me here.
I can't do that to you.
It's just you and me here.
Yeah, I know.
I
would be Wilson.
Yes, yeah. That's how I felt. Sandra Bullock.
Yeah,
the whole witch. I mean, it was a great storyline. I looked up and you're like, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, you just had to come on, Tom Hanks.
All right, let's hey, always remember, guys.
If you don't subscribe to Phantom Facts Society, then don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Ever again.
Oh, Spike.
Spike's coming on the show the 26th, tentatively.
Did his dad just die?
The funeral is done. And I don't, it's horrible. So send your love to Spike Cohen, because it's a horrible thing to lose a father, especially a good father. It's already rare to have a good, a father that sticks around, much less a good father.
Yes, 100%.
Men out there feel his pain. So, and we'll have to go light on the Jew jokes
when he comes on.
I would think so.
All right, I'll scratch those.
Well, no, don't scratch them out. Use them tonight, because we're going on a live only.
Listen, I can't be painted as the Jew hater.
It's my job tonight.
Oh, okay.
First of all, let's not talk about constraint of free speech. Are we not even allowed to discuss this? Is that what you're telling me?
No, we are. Yes, because I talked to this guy from work, and he was kind of like he was talking about this fuel company that is ran by this unorthodox Jew, and how the money is just deep, and they don't let anybody from the outside in, and blah blah blah. And he just kind of went on this weird rant about unorthodox Jew and like regular Jews, but just left me really just dangling in the middle, like just and I was just like, why? Why is it so? Why are you so bothered by the unorthodox Jew compared to like the non? But he wouldn't get into it, and I just was kind of upset because I was like, this piques my interest. I'd like to know why you are so against the unorthodox.
You know what I think we should do, May, is I think we should play a little Jim Croce to cleanse the palate here. Maybe we do a little reset because your connection is so buggy today. It's driving me nuts. I don't know if maybe it's just glitch from when it was transferred over. So like maybe exit out of everything and then come back in. And I'll play a little Jim Croce, and then we're going to talk about exactly what you said, because I'm not going to talk about things in hushed tones just because it's a Friday night, and Kash Patel is supposedly put the Epstein list on Pat Bondi's desk. No, we're not going to light up a cigar tonight. We're going to go down and get our hands a little bit Jewy. So let's reset. Obviously they saw what I was downloading today, so they have hacked into our connection. Because no, I'm not going to say they control the internet. Not yet. We haven't lost it yet. But we need to cleanse. We need to cleanse with Jim Croce. It's a Jim Croce cleanse. We got 3 minutes here.
Like the pine trees lining the winding road, I got a name. I got a name. Like the singing bird and the croaking toad, I got a name. I got a name. And I carry it with me like my daddy did, but I'm living the dream that he kept hid. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway, moving ahead so life won't pass me by. Like a north wind whistling down the sky, I got a song, I got a song. Like the whippoorwill and the babies cry, I got a song, I got a song. And I carry it with me and I sing it loud. If it gets me nowhere, I go there proud. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway, moving ahead so life won't pass me by. Change their minds, but they can't change me. I got a dream, I got a dream. Oh, I know I could share it if you want me to. If you're going my way, I'll go with you. Moving pass me by. Thank you very much.
Cleanse the palate. I mean, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with little Jim Croce, especially when you go over this subject. So I'm going to give you an example. We're just gonna play a couple examples of. I mean, should we be afraid to talk about Jews? I mean, that's the hot topic. It's everywhere to me. I see it everywhere. I see discussions about Hitler was right in memes. I see, and of course, I'm not talking about little Anne Frank. I'm not talking about every person who has I'm not talking about that. I'm talking obviously about a group, an organized mafia.
Yeah.
Is it wrong to assume that there was an Italian mob? There was an Irish mob? There was the Brewers from New York? And there was the Schnitzels from Hershey Avenue. I mean, is it wrong to say, were they?
I don't think so. I think you're spot on.
Is this Peach?
I think you're spot on.
All right.
Moonshine?
Here's to no. Pear brandy from France. Somehow there's a pear inside the bottle.
Can I have another?
Sorry, guys, we had to pause there. Listen, if you're afraid to say the J word, it's fine. It's okay. That's what we're here to do. Phantom Facts. This is why we're a value for value. You see the Cash App at Phantom Society there, or the Cash App there. It's what we're value for value, because no one will ever pay us. No one will pay us. 200 years from now, they will speak of the Phantom Factors as a niche group that couldn't get their mic levels correct. But until that time comes,
we're here to please. Well, we're here to serve.
Yeah,
we just want to.
We want
like
yeah. That. It's from No Agenda, and it works, man. Like, we want to. The whole reason we started this show was because we watched censorship happen before our very eyes. And the only true media after Twitter fell, Facebook fell, YouTube fell, newspapers, TV, the Drudge Report, after all of these fell, the only thing you had left was podcasts.
Yep.
That was it. Podcast was the last free speech medium. And thankfully, X has brought back free speech, and that's why we're the #1 live best night show on X, with Lobo Fish coming back in. Lobo, are you afraid to talk about Jews in high places? Thanks for calling in.
No, thanks, guys. No, I definitely see some the Klan type stuff, but I guess I've never seen it in America much more than Christians hiring Christians. But I don't get outside of New Mexico very much either.
Well,
I don't know if the New Mexico's got a strong Jewish population.
It seems I have some Jewish friends. It's definitely not as like I haven't spent much time back east, but that seems like a lot more. Yeah, it definitely is not. This is Roman Catholic, old Mexican. I would say is the majority here. But anyways, I definitely see Adam Silver, the head of the NBA, Goodell. I don't think he's out as. The main places where they're making money off of network stuff right now is live sports, and it seems like the Jews have a pretty good hold on that. So I don't know.
You talk about that. You talk about news media outlets.
Big time.
That's why we emphasized high places, because there are plenty of people who are just practicing the Jewish faith, which I feel like, if you're actually practicing the Jewish faith, you don't approve of what you see these people in Hollywood or people like Epstein doing. So there's a huge divide there. I'm talking about a secret society. If we mention it in the instance of the Freemasons, we're not saying all Caucasians. We're just saying all the Freemasons, from the. So, and that's sort of the discussion tonight is the Freemasons of Judaism, or the cabal, the people that are in powerful places because of their religious belief or lack of one, right? Like George Soros, right? How does George Soros have all this money?
Well, remember, he said that he grew up taken away. So I'm assuming he gathered it by continuously taking away.
I take 2% off the top and not a penny less. I like to believe he had that annoying voice.
Well, I've noticed one of the YouTube channels that I've been watching lately is Ben Mallah, Mallh, and it's just really interesting. He's a very wealthy real estate investor or owner now, but he started as a poor Jewish kid in New York, and he's owned, he owns hotels and all this stuff now, but it's just interesting how his brain worked in using the bank's money. And he's a Jewish guy. He says his mom was the fat white Jews and his dad was the skinny dumb Jews or something like that. It's a great channel. It's funny, but you look at how he made his money, and it was doing nothing like I was taught when growing up, like save your money, get yourself a house, pay it off, don't own anything. I mean, this guy on his loans, if he needs to put 20% down, he puts 20% down, not 21. And it's crazy how he spun this. I guess what I'm getting at is somehow he knew how the financial system worked a lot better than Lobo Fish from New Mexico, man. He was playing it like
is it a part of their upbringing, you think? Like,
I don't know. He connected a lot more dots, and he dropped out of school at 8th grade, and he's just very intelligent. Just
well, and here's the thing, like, I feel like saying intelligence with money and industry and business, we see that across the spectrum.
Yeah, I guess so.
And so, people who are brought in a Jewish household, what does that mean? It means a mother and a father, and there's not this divorce culture in that religion, and so it's very similar to just like a cynical Mormon. Is how I view it. They're just sort of cynical Mormons, the Jewish faith, and so you're going to have more success, just like Mormons families have more success because the patriarchal system works. And those are two cultures that have decided to stick true to it throughout the 60s and 70s and 80s and so forth. And we're seeing the results of it now in upper business. My question though is how come when we see it in instruments, so we have learned from 2015. My journey, right, has learned from like 2014. It started realizing that the media was really not being honest.
True.
And all major media outlets, even Fox News, had a real hard time being honest or not portraying a perspective. And to me, there's two things I find interesting. One is that there is heavy Jewish ownership in these media corporations, like, 50-60%.
Yeah, if not more.
If
Yeah, I
not
follow
more.
you.
You see that also not only in the news industry, but also in the entertainment industry. You had people like Michael Jackson talk about this stuff. A lot of stars like Kanye, people that are known for being independent music, that want to own their own music, right? I noticed this trend since I was a kid. Anyone that wanted to own their own music all of a sudden hated Jews and raped kids.
Yep.
Yeah, I see that trend. And music industry went from Italian ownership to mostly Jewish ownership in the upper echelon. So are we not allowed to consider that the culture that decides what is considered pop music or popular is decided by a minority, and I don't want to say race because it's not a race, it's a minority cult that's in control of these industries?
Well, it definitely grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s. If you were an artist and you needed exposure, you had to go and get on one of these labels. It's
yes, yeah, and
yeah, I mean,
people like Sam Cooke were murdered for starting their own successful labels. Other people that tried to start their own labels were, criticized, killed. It didn't happen.
No, because it was controlled. It was only certain ones in. No one, it was very select. It was you got in, you didn't get out. And
well, and here's
just
this
controlled through the top.
Here's this clip from Candace Owens. I thought it was interesting because this was brought up to Elon Musk by Ian Carroll a few weeks ago, and it went unanswered. It went unanswered.
President named JFK, well-liked. 1963, he had a little bit of a brush up with what was then known as the American Zionist Council. In June of that year, 1963, the American Council for Judaism issued a newsletter saying that they were being asked by the Justice Department to register as a foreign agent of the state of Israel. And they had Senate hearings, 2 Senate hearings that year, to look into Israeli foreign agents. And JFK was demanding, his DOJ was demanding for the AZC registration. They were like, you are a foreign agent of Israel. And the department wrote to them in October 11th of 1963, the DOJ wrote a demand to the AZC, the American Zionist Congress, to respond within 72 hours regarding them registering as a foreign agent. And guess what happened? And I guess that ended up working in their favor, because then LBJ became president. And LBJ was very pro-Zionist organization. And his aunt, and this is, by the way, looking at a Jerusalem Post headline here, because I know I get in trouble for knowing these things, a friend indeed, New evidence reveals the incredible aid Lyndon Johnson lent to the Jews. And from a direct quote from that article is, research into Johnson's personal history indicates that he inherited his concern for the Jewish people from his family. His Aunt Jessie Johnson Hatcher, a major influence in LBJ, was a member of the Zionist Organization of America. Aunt Jessie had nurtured LBJ's commitment to befriending Jews for 50 years. As a young boy, Lyndon watched his politically active grandfather, Big Sam, and his father, Little Sam, seek clemency for Leo Frank, the Jewish victim of blood libel in Atlanta. Fast forward today, AIPAC has just surpassed $100 million of spending on the 2024 election.
Yeah, I do have another clip, because you're going to hear this term a lot. It's called Zionism. And I always just meant and believed that, Christ would return to Mount Zion, where King David built his palace. Not true.
What is it? What is it?
Well, the reason why it's piqued my interest, because I have tried to run, I've often said I'm a Jew without the E, and I have tried to run away from this as much as I've, tried, but it keeps sucking me back in. But I keep seeing stuff like this, right? Here's one. Let's see here. Is it Hagseth? Old Petey boy. Yeah. We covered this on the show a couple weeks ago, but it piqued my interest then.
Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is.
Christian Zionist. It's by Senator Tom Cotton. Now, I can't tell if this is a lob up, so the AIPAC can hear this, or and AIPAC is the Jewish lobby group that has a lobbyist for each individual Republican senator and like three-fifths of the Democrats.
Get a real stronghold.
And they're not forced to file as a foreign lobby group. They don't have to do that. They're the only country where they don't have to file as a foreign lobbyist group. So, big hole.
I think he's frozen.
Man, they grabbed his mic, dude.
Yeah, they said no more. You will talk no more about this.
What's your thought? I definitely agree with you guys. I've since 2018 I started, and then 2020 when they started monkeying with this election and all the statistics and all that stuff that was going on. When Biden got elected, it showed me that the media just, you can't trust them, and there was huge influence on that. But I think the internet is flanking whatever was working on this, because like Corey was saying, Taylor Swift, we're talking about her being a witch and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. I
mean, she went right against that Scooter Braun.
Yep.
And re-recorded all her songs right in his face and dropped her balls right on it. I mean, and they couldn't keep her down. I mean, she was big. She was bigger after that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. So if they did have control, they don't have complete control, or something's going on with that, because Taylor Swift is as big as ever.
And she's just going to keep going too. So, I mean, there's definitely no slowing her down. And the fact that she rewrote everything, put it out there, and it was even a bigger hit than the first time around, it just shows you. And then the whole AIPAC thing he was talking about, that's just wild that they can just be untouchable like that and have so many people in their pocket. And, it's it's that fuck you money. You know, it's we got it and you can't touch us, and you know, we'll do as we please. And I mean, stuff like that. That's why we're just gonna keep going in circles and just keep tail spinning, and then it'll flatten out because it'll fit their agenda, and then it'll I don't know. It's just
Well, the money thing too. I mean, it's like we've got normal, blue collar workers that are making their enough money to have a home, but when you start talking about these big numbers that some people have access to, it's just like unfathomable that and they're connecting dots and they're making money out of nothing, and it's just I can't figure it out. I
think we're not supposed to figure it out. It seems like, it's and that's the frustrating part, because the one thing I've seen on every like TikTok, Twitter, everything's like, oh, here's a little piece on how to get wealthy like the elite or whatever, and it's they've got it all in tiers like we've talked about before. It's just this big old nasty tier system, and that's just what it's going to be, and
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's rough, because I mean, and it might be on the up and up now, but who knows? Time will tell.
Well,
but
it's and I know it blows me away that I don't know if you own any or mess around with any cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah.
But that seems to be something whoever runs our financial stuff does not want that to go, and it continues to go, and I'm standing back.
Well, it kicks yourself, right? Because you're like, when everybody was talking about it, it's like, oh no, that's never gonna fucking hit, and then it's hit and it's hit and it's went down, and then because that's how I've been with the crypto, is like, I jump on at the wrong time because I didn't trust it, and Devin, who used to do the show on here, he was, he jumped on it, and he's done really well with it, and I just
and that's how I found your guys' show is Devin. I was playing that Zed game with him.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah. And he got off. It seemed to me he's way smarter than me. He got off. I still had fun with it, but he got off and probably made plenty of money.
I think he made really good money on like a horse or two horses.
You should have seen his stable. I mean, if you didn't play Zed, you wouldn't understand the concept or the context. But he had a stable worth hundreds of thousands of dollars when Zed was slapping, and I went in, and it was right when so I played poker, I played daily fantasy, and I went in, and it was much more fun to me to play Zed than it was to do those things right then. So I invested money. I don't think I definitely lost money, but it was an entertainment. I would have lost that money playing poker or
very true.
Or I mean, so it was, but Devin he was good at that game, and I hope he did make some money.
No, I think he made really good money. Because I remember when he brought it to me, he's like, "Hey man, this thing's gonna fucking go." Like, we were working in the oil field and stuff, and he's like, "Man, just $2,000, $1,500, just throw it in there, and I promise you, it's gonna fucking quadruple." And I was like, "Nah, fuck no, I'd rather buy guns." Like, no, that's dumb. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that. And then when he tells me he sold the horse or two horses for an ungodly amount of money, I was just like, "Oh, mother trucker!"
I bought one or two of my first horses from him, and he gave me a fair deal. And I probably spent, they were probably $2,700 that he bought them or bred them for maybe a couple hundred because he was in front. So I don't blame him. I mean, but anyways, that's the kind of dollars you're talking about. And he had those were his bred horses. I mean, he had some Genesis that we'll have to get him back on here to give us a recap. Hopefully he used that hopefully he spun that up onto something else, but
I think he did. Yeah. Devin's always been that kind of savvy with the, he's big into the gold and silver and,
I wonder if he has any Bitcoin right now. But I guess going back to the cryptos, or what's interesting about crypto and specifically Bitcoin is no one can tell you what to do with it, or
exactly.
And it's also, I mean, if you had $100,000 and you might, I'm not saying somebody might have a lot of cash in their house.
Mm-hmm.
You spend a lot of time and resources protecting that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. If you have $100,000 in Bitcoin, it's safe.
Yeah.
No one can fuck with it.
Yeah.
If you want to make a transaction, nobody makes any money off of you transferring it. Say, you buy something from someone, you don't have to can you imagine how expensive it would be to take $1 million of gold across the country? I mean, how much security you'd have to have, how many fucking guys running actual shotguns with you?
Yeah. No, you ain't lying. And I remember the horror stories of people having wallets and forgetting their passcodes or the keys to get into it. And that's what always just scared me. Cause I mean, I liked the XRP and all that and everything. But I never could. I was always too scared to get in the deep wallets and just start doing it. So I mean, when I do it, I mess around with just shitty Coinbase and stuff like that. Yeah. And I'm anybody could probably take my shit, but it's just and then when I tried getting back into it, and I'm into it a little bit now since I got into it right before Trump, won the election, because I kind of had a feeling of people I was listening to. They were like, listen, this shit is now is going to be the time that it takes off. And then it was kind of hot and cold. And I haven't checked it in a while to see where it's at. But people are, there's companies out there now that'll do transactions with XRP and Bitcoin and stuff. That's just how you pay them. And then they can either, I watched a guy buy, I don't know if it's a G-Wagon or a Cybertruck, and he paid with XRP. And when the dealership was like, yeah, we're just going to hang on to this. Normally I would cash it, but the guy was such a XRP just stud. He pretty much told him, he's like, listen, hold on to this. You're going to be able to buy 15 million fucking car dealerships. So shit's crazy.
Well, imagine, when the trust gets to the point where you go and you buy a house, you might have a realtor or whatever, but you go to them and you say, okay, the inspections are done. What's your wallet number? And you look how many beaks are not in that carcass. There's a lot of bankers not making any money.
Yeah.
And that's why you're getting this pushback. Because just like
it's greed, man. It's the name of the game is greed. That's the shittiest
it just cuts
part
out it cuts out a lot, all these people that make these fees across when you get a mortgage, it's 2%. It's 2% of the transaction. Well, with Bitcoin, it's 0.002. You know?
Yeah, you don't feel it. You don't see it. I mean, yeah, you're 100% right.
But there's that guy that's funny you said that, because he had his girlfriend, this is just recently, threw his cold wallet away.
Oh,
and he knows what landfill it is, but the community won't let him go in and look for it. And now he's offering to buy the whole landfill, because he's got got something like 1,500 Bitcoin on it. So 1,500 times 100,000 is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, they got you, Corey. They sniped your feed.
What are you talking about, guys? I'm just out here with Witty Comebacks. I'm just going to talk about how we need to support the complete demolition of Gaza.
We were just talking about
Bitcoin. Horrible idea. We need to put it back in the Federal Reserve, which is owned by my uncle. No, I was paying attention. Thank you for covering me. I don't know what happened. I had a hard crash on the router system there.
You were stuck on an O-face. I wish I would have taken a picture of it. Yeah.
Everybody froze up for me, so I just refreshed it.
I tried to act frozen, but I kept blinking, and I was like, "Well, I'm still on here." So,
God damn it! You gotta carry it through.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm nervous. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I know we got a little sidetracked there. I appreciate you covering for me, Lobo and May. Let's bring it back here. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
You watch this about Zionists.
Department definition claims that stating that a particular Jewish person has more loyalty to the state of Israel than they do to their own country is necessarily an example of anti-Semitism, where the truth is that.
So that is a law. So if you say that a person, if they had to choose between which country they want to defend, they would rather choose Israel than America. Even if it's true, right? That's doesn't matter. It just said if you say it.
Oh, wow.
And that is law, gentlemen. That's law today in this land.
That's one of the fundamental premises of Zionism. And if you go back and look at the statement, say, of Theodor Herzl, who's wrote really what's considered the founding text of Zionism, he argued very clearly that Jews are one people, and therefore it's useless for them to be patriots to the countries in which they reside.
Who is that person talking?
Someone in
Some,
Congress.
Congress.
I don't know.
Federal Congress.
Federal,
did. Or is it
all of
is it
this stuff is has the references on the X feed, so you can go through our X feed, and there you'll find like all the original source on that. So I make sure to check that there's actual source material, but I did not write it down.
No, I was just wondering if you answered my question, though. It's a federal. It wasn't just a state guy.
Well, the reason why we were paying attention to this was because a year ago, was it May? South Dakota passed this as law in the state legislation.
Oh wow!
And so that's where I was upset. So it was like Bill 1073 from 2023 or something, or 2024. And I called Senator Liz Larson and I asked her, I said, were you worried about, freedom of speech? And in her response, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially it was, oh, that hadn't even crossed my mind. I was just upset at the premise of the Republican who presented it to the floor. That's why she voted. She was one of 3 that voted no on it, out of like 50 or whatever it is.
Just out of spite.
It was a spite vote. You shouldn't even care about free speech.
Yeah. This is why we need to flip this motherfucker on its head. Like, get your fucking granny panties out of your butt.
I mean, do you think that's a problem, though? Are we allowed to? Obviously, we're not supposed to talk about it, but, let's play around with it. I don't have a problem if you want to be a mercenary or go serve, Israel. If you're Jewish and you feel like your religious stronghold is being under attack and that's what you believe in, go do that. But if Israel was, let's say, I don't know, attacking us, who do they pick then?
They probably pancake flop, don't they? Why would you pick? I mean,
it's just similar to the Germans in America that went to Germany to fight in World War II.
Yeah, I guess I not having a good reference. The scale of that happening is insignificant when you look at the number of people that go to Mudfest in Florida. Those people can take care of the Jews. Don't worry.
I'm pretty sure I'm picking the side with the bigger army. You know?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got these
Yeah.
people that are not influenced by Jews or anybody, and if they pick up an arm, it's America, buddy. I don't know, but it could tip the other way. But I'm in a different,
Obviously the Jews can't take America on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like obviously
They just control it.
Well, I mean that's got to be your strategy, right? Like if you can't attack the beast, then you need to control the beast. I mean, the Pornhub is owned by a Jewish rabbi.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
And it's disabled. And
OnlyFans is owned by a Jew.
Wow.
Tinder is owned by a Jew. Grindr is owned by a Jew. Bumble is owned by a Jew.
Wow.
These aren't coincidences. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like it's a coincidence. Okay, you got
Do they own them because they're popular and they make money and they're relevant, or are they matchmaking?
No more. Is it? Are we misplacing it as they're trying to destroy our moral society, or is it actually that it's just no one wants to admit that they invest in these ungodly sites, but there's money to be made, and they understand that there's money to be made.
I think they find money printing presses and they're out in front of stuff.
We'd be the same way. I'm not gonna lie, or I know I would be. If I could take my last $100 and flip it into something that, I can't say I wouldn't do that. So
okay, well, I mean, you want to listen to Rabbi Solomon Friedman, the owner of Pornhub?
Yeah.
I mean, just maybe we'll
I want to know why it's disabled in Kentucky.
Oh, well, that's because that's God's country. That is God's country up there. Well, how do you know it's disabled in Kentucky? I think it's a real investigative question we'd be asking here.
It's what I've heard when I'm sitting on the toilet.
Yes, it's all right. Let's take a gander here.
Parliament seems to have accepted as a basic penological principle that sentences have a general and specific deterring effect. If you look at the evidence, your mileage will vary. But in fact, maybe this is a good case study of that not working. But that will get you nowhere in court.
Or we could argue that we arrived at this place because we had adopted that prior view for a long time. And so maybe we're here because the conditional sentences or the intermittent sentences that we were imposing in 2000.
He is also a lawyer. So he's a rabbi lawyer. Owner of Pornhub.
The good old days. Get the job done, and maybe that plays into why we're here.
What do you do when Carrie or one of her colleagues has made this case about more than just her client, made it about asking the court to try to stem this larger sociological tide and to be very plain about it, to use years in jail as a way of addressing that? So what you want to do is take your offender and distinguish them from these larger trends. That is to say, yes, this is happening, and this evidence is not contested, but my case is different. So,
I love leaving you guys a little bit in suspense, but are you curious what he's talking about?
I really am. Yeah.
He's
I'd like for him to get to the point.
He's a lawyer, so I'm going to do it for us. He's an annual criminal law conference in 2018. Rabbi Solomon Friedman, the owner of Pornhub, coaches defense attorneys who are defending pedophiles on how to get lesser sentences for their sex offender clients.
Yeah, for fuck's
sake. Oh, jeez.
You want to distinguish your client on the basis of not just the number of images. That was an old game that was, X number of images, that nets you this amount. You have to go farther than that because as we talk about viewing the images in court, the trial judge viewing a representative sample. There are some images where if you have one of them, you'd rather have hundreds of a different type, or there are images that are just, on their own are so horrific. So you want to look really, and I say look, try to avoid looking if you can, but be able to categorize this in terms of what type of collection.
That probably explains why Pornhub got shut down, because I think they were in trouble for not being able to determine the age of said performers. And
That's just Pornhub, dude. Like, I mean, you're telling me all of these sites are used for trafficking.
Yeah.
And they're all owned, and it's not like a hands-off approach. You know what I'm saying? I think we wanted to soften the blow by saying, oh, it's, you know, they're just collecting the paycheck. But I think in some cases, it's a lot more than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's Littlefinger, right? I mean, from Game of Thrones, there's a class of people that makes a society work, and there has to be one that runs the underbelly.
Yes.
And I mean, that seems to be the sweet spot for this cult is, hey, we'll come in, we'll take care of the underbelly. See, the Italians were doing that, but then the Italians got pushed out. So now it's this new mob that controls the underbelly. That's how I'm perceiving it.
No, that makes a ton of sense, because you're right. You control the underbelly. A lot of people don't want to look into it, but that's a lot. That's a lot of power. That is, I mean, that Littlefinger comp, that was spot on. That was perfect, because you need the people that are okay rolling in the muck, in the grime, because you can get a lot of shit accomplished, and you can get a lot of people where you need to put them if you hang out in the bullshit.
Yeah, you're teaching me about. I didn't know that Jewish rabbi owned Pornhub until 5 minutes ago. But I just, like I said, my view of that is so. From what I see, I'm like, yeah, he's making a ton of money, and I think that's why he's doing it, and he wants to protect that. And I don't know if he's dipping down into this trafficking and trying to do that just to make money, but I follow you that it could be even bigger, that they want to protect all this. I don't know.
Well, let me just give you one quick little scenario here. All right. So, I mean,
was that the back page guy?
You can take a look at this book. It's called Takedown, and it's the story of these 33 survivors trying to take down Pornhub.
Interesting.
This is here's another one. You okay with watching little videos? This one's only 2 minutes long. You can stop me if you get bored. But I just want to sort of drive it home that it's premeditated. This is, and not in every case, but I feel like it started, it's just, it got all organized under Pornhub. And, it was the Google of the porn world for a long time. And it wasn't accidental, I don't think.
Other tech businesses, with government, with law enforcement, with regulation in that sort of way that the modern tech industry has to. So we saw in that this arbitrage opportunity, right? Where if people who come from, the mainstream professional networks, whether it's law.
The PBD show, which I love that background, but he's so pretentious. I can't.
This is your favorite podcast.
It's not. I watch it for you guys, so you don't have to watch this bullcrap.
I appreciate it.
You listen to this podcast, and it just feels like a 3-hour sales pitch onto why PBD is so good. I swear, like you watch it, and his chest, the shirt slowly opens up more and more as the episode goes along. Like just more and more Iranian hair falls out of his chest as the episode goes along.
Well, it's his co-host too. They're great
that guy.
fluffers.
It's the equivalent. This is the white version of a hype man, is what this guy's got on. You know that great point. That's a great question. I was going to ask you, but I was too dumb to formulate the words, unlike you, Mr. PBD.
Enforcement, tech, finance, etc. This is an opportunity to really bring this industry into the 21st century. We saw an extraordinary opportunity to do that with this, this jewel of an asset, Pornhub, but obviously the entire company.
I love it. You said jewel of an asset. So I'm going to give you some stats here that we see. So one, it says 2018, Pornhub alone witnessed a jaw-dropping 5.8 billion hours of content consumption, which, by the way, is kind of strange because most men should only be watching for a minute or two, right? But this is like when you hear 5.8 billion
no,
hours.
Patrick,
Is he lying? Is he lying?
Are you telling me this man only lasts for a minute?
Those POVs will get you.
I accidentally. He's like, is it like Randy in South Park? He's got 5 minutes in the internet to himself. A minute or two. Was he trying? Was that Iranian humor? I'm going to assume. That's him trying to be funny. You think that? I think it comes from truth.
Yeah, probably.
There's
Every good joke has some.
No,
truth
look
in
at
it.
how serious his face is here. He's like, that's a face of a man that knows that this dude knows his porn history. It's a face. That's a face. He's like, are you telling me that when I watch?
Do it.
When I watch Iranian backdoor goat porn, that you can capture that?
Average visit is about 10.5 minutes.
They probably got off the computer and they left the website on, but there's a different story there. So that's nearly 665 centuries of material over a single platform in just 1 year. Here's another one for you. The world was flocking to Pornhub in 2018 with a whopping 63,992 new visitors per minute. Is that true? 63,992 new visitors per month.
Doesn't sound unreasonable.
33.5 billion visitors. Insane, right? And the most popular day to visit Pornhub is Sunday. You guys got all these different stats. And you even put up a stat recently on which state consumed the least while the...
Anyone know? Anyone?
That
What
consumed
state?
the most?
The least.
Oh, the least. Utah.
Oh, I bet
Florida.
they're number one. You're right, Florida. You see it walking down the street in Florida. I'm gonna say research director. Any guess there?
Nebraska.
That's true. There's plenty of cousins. They don't really need.
election was going on and who was committed to it. So you're also involved in the election stuff that's going on, right? But at the same time, you got a petition. I think something came out that said,
They didn't tell us. I thought they'd tell us. Research director, you have to look up that, please. What?
Rewind it.
What state looked up Pornhub the least in America?
says more than 2.2. Thank you so much, Kelly. More than 2.2 million people have signed an online petition to shut down the site. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that the topic of pornography has always been a divisive one. I think it has to.
I'm sorry. If you're sitting here watching the #1 live night show on X, I'm sorry I have to put you through Patrick Pet Davis asking the head of Pornhub why people are signing up for Pornhub. Those hard-hitting questions. But we got to plow through it because the point of this is that this guy has come down with a design and how to bring more people in.
To do with the topic of sexuality in general, right? There are always going to be different views about human sexuality. And pornography is just emblematic of those. In fact, it's a little more public. It's more in your face. That's the nature of it. It's sex for the public. So you're going to have people who have really deeply held convictions about the proper place of sex in our society, and that's a good debate. There's nothing wrong with that debate. But you take 2.5 million signatures, we have 130 million daily active users. So people have voted with their mice and with their feet in terms of where they're going to go. But of course, it's going to be
with their dicks. All right. What do you think, Lobo? I mean,
it is
go ahead.
shut down. No, I'm just saying it is. It's. I think that petition worked in some states because they did shut down Pornhub and other sites. I mean, I remember that coming out just not too long ago. That a lot of the states, there's a majority of them that took it, off, where you cannot. There's a big old spiel about whatever, and you can't access it because of the human trafficking aspect and the underage aspect and the non-consent aspect. So, yeah, there are people. I used to work with a guy. Him and his wife signed up for it. There is a pair in that bottle. Wow, it's interesting. I thought you were bullshitting. So I mean, people, but look, I mean, there's people.
So
There's
Chris,
that lady that slept with like 1,000 people in a day, and now she's pregnant, supposedly.
So Chris, are you saying? Yeah, I didn't. I knew that there were some states that required you to identify yourself to look at it, and that's where people don't want to do it. And
Yeah.
Texas is like that. You've got to verify your age, and there's no way to verify your age on the internet unless you give your full docs information.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so maybe is that what you're referring to? Or are you
Probably.
thinking, are you seeing Tennessee says you can't access this site? Because that is like
I mean, do I need to
censorship.
hear? I'll do research. I don't
Yeah,
know
see,
why, but
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we've got some news from our research director, some Pornhub stats. If you guys want to play along, almost 14,000 watching us right now on X YouTube. Take a moment here to pause and thank everyone for joining us live Friday night. The number one best night show on X. Alex Jones has gone off the air. Mark my words, at 11 o'clock, he gave up. And number one show on X tonight with almost 14,000 of you. Thank you for sticking with us. As listen, we're hitting the hard subjects tonight on Phantom Fact Society, and that is, do Jews control our porn search through mind control, thus forcing us to sign and send weapons for them to commit genocide in Gaza? Hard-hitting questions. So, cheers. Of course, I've taken the position of no, just because I'm logical.
Interesting.
But these anti-Semitic people above me, it's disgusting what I hear coming from their Goya mouth.
we're just trying to brainstorm here. We're just trying to get to the top of it or underneath it. However you want to look at it.
The itty gritty. No, I agree, man. Like it's
But like Lobo said, I think with the verification age or the age verification, it doesn't want to be another like Ashley Madison situation where where it just
all
all the
leaked.
information gets leaked, and then you see all these people who are addicted to porn or whatever, or just have weird kinks, and then they start pulling up your what you look into so you can get your minute and a half or two into the toilet, or whatever kind of floats your boat. So yeah, I mean, I just looked it up in where I reside. It gives you a whole thing, and there's a video attached, and you can't, like, it says contact your local representation, representatives to try to stop the ban of Pornhub in your state. So, but if you're a model or a content creator, you can sign in, but you have to have a username and a password. And I don't have that.
I'm looking.
Yeah, once you type that stuff into the computer, you don't know who owns it. Even though there's something a while back where Pornhub was away, and I had no idea it was owned by a Jewish person until 30 minutes ago. But they were saying, we will absolutely never turn over your personal information, but until they're taken over, until someone comes in there with I mean, all bets are off once it's in a database.
And here's the thing, man. Like, how are you going to check that claim when you've got 6 centuries, over 600 years of porn? Like, how are you going to say that you didn't have a 15-year-old girl, or something didn't slide through the cracks? I think it's impossible.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's
And if it's impossible, I mean, let's be honest. If there's a deal to be made, and we already know these people have no problem little fingering their life through societies, then why wouldn't you profit off of that too?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why wouldn't you sell that? I mean, you're talking about a $12.6 billion industry, and we're asking where this money's coming from.
Did we figure out who the number 1 state was?
We did. We've got some information here. All right, here we go. This research director coming through clutch. She found the one that also had seductive girls that are inside each of the states outlined. So I suppose I could share it for you, huh?
Yeah, let's do that.
You share
Just for research purposes.
Just for research purposes. It's from CNBC. All right, West Virginia coming in at number 10 of the top 10 most
access
active.
Pornhub.
Yeah,
consume most online pornography.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Had a Mitch McConnell moment. Porn subscriptions per 1,000 broadband users. So West Virginia, number 10. Tie for Florida here at 8. 1,000 broadband users, 3. So per 1,003. These are lies, man. There's no way.
Wait, say that again. I can't see that. How many per 1,000?
3 per 1,000. This is for subscriptions now. This isn't for grifters who take advantage of the 6-minute highlight videos with narration of Chris Berman. And that's all right. Tie number 8 with Louisiana. Some horny boys down there. North Dakota.
That explains a lot. I figured that would be number 1.
If you have seen the women in North Dakota, God bless you.
North Dakota is a sausage factory.
In their defense, if you've seen the men of North Dakota, whatever you need to get through. That's 3.05. All right. That's Arkansas. A little bit of a jump here. Oklahoma. A lot of southern states taking in the porn. A lot of southern states. Hawaii. Interesting.
Because it's frowned upon in divorce and adultery. So you just got to dump kids into the city water. You can't go outside of your marriage.
That's true. Mississippi at number 3. Number 2, Alaska. And drum roll. Any guesses, guys? Anyone want to throw out a guess?
For the most, California.
Yeah.
California. Texas. It is Utah.
Oh, I was right. Okay.
5.47.
Yeah, I was right.
Dirty bastards over there.
Well, it's all the soaking and the tight rules and Utah's under it, man.
Now, here's the thing.
But I think you have like 8 wives in Utah. Isn't that allowed? Like, why would you need Pornhub?
Here's the thing, guys. Our research director, she could have stopped there. She could have clapped her hands and said, "Day accomplished, goal accomplished here." But she gave us more. She gave us more here. She gave us United States top relative searches.
before we go into this is we are value for value. But if you do want to donate, you donate because the research director is top notch.
Top notch.
And we can't afford her. You know what she does for this?
You know, here's the thing: the things I have to do in order to keep her.
Yeah.
You know, help me out.
Hit that cash app.
Yep, cash app. We appreciate it. All 14,000 of you. As we delve in to find out, and this is from Pornhub, so the Jews know what we like. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Take a moment.
Can't really read. Okay, there we go.
Can't see it.
There we go.
Here, can I zoom in on this? Here for
Oh, it's cleared up now.
Okay.
Chubby, huh? In Indiana. Small dick in Ohio. That's hilarious.
Shower sex in South Dakota. Utah, keeping it Christian, Mormon. That's wholesome.
What's wrong with Iowa?
wholesome.
Cartoon porn? What are we doing?
A lot of furries.
So this is this searches on Pornhub? That's
Yep.
what it is.
Top searches on Pornhub coming through. Wisconsin is swingers. Makes sense. You got to stay warm. It's cold up there. Just get everyone on that king size bed.
That's sex.
Oklahoma's not even. It's not even grammar.
That's because they're all on meth. So
What's
they're
Tennessee?
to the
Giant
point.
tees? What? Like
I would say Tennessee right here is a giant test.
what is
What
that?
the fuck?
What is that? What? I love how Maryland is Glory Hole, New Jersey, Turkish, District of Columbia, big ass cop.
What is giant test? It's giant and then ESSE. All right, this is what I mean, guys. We can't afford this. This is a once in a lifetime deal.
Smoking in Virginia.
What is Illinois is ass eating, and Arkansas is ass to mouth.
Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Louisiana likes them BBDs.
Look at Hawaii,
Asian
Hawaii,
stepmom.
and Utah are the ones that just search for their own people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, California counts. Asian stepmom. That's all of them.
Sensual sex. At least Washington has it right. Sensual sex.
Nevada, they don't even type in porn. It's just Vegas. It's just
Dildo
Vegas.
riding, Idaho. I like Wyoming. Goth. I wouldn't expect
Really?
a
That is-
goth
yeah.
for Wyoming.
It seems pretty wholesome for Wyoming.
I'm getting word in here right here. It's an attraction to giant humans, if you get my drift. May, you are. Thank God you are not in that state because it'd be the wrong state for you. You're thankfully safely planted in bouncing boob land. I'm in transformation.
Maybe I need to move to Ohio.
It's yeah. So
No, Georgia's more my style.
bubble butt in North Carolina, you know. It's like
Alabama
big
is
butts are
fingering
gonna
myself.
lie. Yeah,
That's just
it's
awesome.
such a lonely state.
Yeah.
It's boys help out. How is high heels a category? All right. There's that's so that's that's great content being given to us. Now here's the thing.
I would
Is it
think in New Mexico, Native American, I would think they would be searching Navajo.
what was
I don't
New
know,
Mexico?
It was Native American,
Oh, Native American.
which could
Pocahontas
be. I'm sure the data is right, but I would have guessed Gallup is the heart of the Navajo Nation.
Oh, is that
It's a-
what you're normally used to looking up, Lobo? Is that
Well, that's just normally what I know more. I run into a lot more, almost all Navajo. There's not too many other tribes around here. It's just it's not like other places I've seen where there's a bunch of different tribes. It seems like if you meet a Native American in New Mexico, it's usually, I would say 95 times out of 100, it's Navajo people. But it was interesting data. I'm sure it's right. I just wouldn't have. I would just assumed it would have been a little bit more targeted.
Well, maybe it was, maybe they're just grouping all, because, like Navajo bum versus Navajo doggy. You combine it and just say, Native American. It's like North Dakota isn't Lakota porn. It's I get in trouble for that too. I know it's not just I apologize. Hey, wherever the free spirit sends you to jerk your yanking,
Well, the thing we got to remember too is whoever can capitalize that data and has it at their fingertips, that's very that probably changes every 3 weeks. And if you know what these terms are, you can get out there and make some money on stuff.
Or could you control what the terms are? I mean, we know Google did it. We know these other organizations did it. Is that's what's happening here?
I mean, how valuable is that data? If you could pull that data up every day and it be accurate, I mean, you could get out in front of a lot of stuff.
Well, someone can pull that data up every day. I guarantee you that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it gets back to who's sharing this information, and everybody seems to have the alpha information on not necessarily porn, but just making money. I mean, just knowing where to make money.
Let's so we've established the seedy underground in the porn industry, and in dating apps is ran by members of this Jewish mob. What about Hollywood? Well, Candace Owens, for some reason, has a beef against Jews right now. And so she's got some, but you know what? She's also holds her standards up to being a quick talker like Shapiro. So it's sort of his own worst weapon he's created here. But this is her take.
Said the Jews control Hollywood, but Jewish people have said that. We can share an article.
So here's the Times of Israel. Proudly, and this is 2012, July 1st, 2012. Bragging. Says, we Jews are a funny breed. We love to brag about every Jewish actor. Sometimes we even pretend an actor is Jewish just because we like him, even though that we think he deserves to be on our team. We brag about Jewish authors, Jewish politicians, Jewish directors. Every time someone mentions any movie or book or piece of art, we inevitably say something like, did you know he was Jewish? That's just how we roll. And I mean, this falls in line with what Mel Gibson has said about his reception for Passion of the Christ. Didn't come from the public, but came from the industry. There was no public pushback. It was straight industrial pushback.
A link here, LA, that was published in the LA Times a couple of years ago, where a Jewish man wrote, let's face it, we do run Hollywood. That was totally fine a couple of years ago. Maybe he's anti-Semitic, though.
It's
pardon?
never fun. It's not ever been fun.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, this was something, this has been said, and it's actually funny because I was reading a very old article yesterday, forgetting the guy's name, I'm blanking on him, but he was the founder of Screw Magazine. He's a Jewish guy, Al something. I'm blanking on his name. Anyways, he gave a very long interview about how, the Jews hire the Jews when they get into Hollywood. And like I said, this was said not 100 years ago. So this was something that many Jewish people have said, but sure, I guess you're saying that now it's a trope. But I just want to be clear that many Jewish people have said this in many interviews within the last 50 years, okay?
As I said, there's a whole book
I do want to press pause on that and ask you a question. Is it possible for Jewish people to form a gang, full stop?
Define gang.
To form a gang.
I mean, let me phrase that because I don't even need to ask that question. Yeah.
It's not a gang, it's an organization. It's a group of like-minded individuals. You know what I'm saying here? Like, let's pull it up here. That's not working. Anyway, just keep.
Answers, of course, there's because there were Jewish gangs in
Okay.
New York.
Okay. Yes, of course. Common sense that Jewish people can form a gang, Black people can form a gang. Gangs exist, will always exist. Jewish gangs have existed and will always exist. Like, worldwide, gangs happen. How absurd it is to say that if you think that there is a gang that is operating, to even suggest that there might be a person in the that is automatically a trope. That would mean it would be impossible for us to illustrate the gang existing. As soon as you say it's a trope and magically you can't talk about it, I gave examples of multiple people in Hollywood. Okay, we're talking about from Dave Chappelle to Kanye West to Cat Williams to other artists that are Christian that have said that there is some sort of a gang, full stop, that is operating in Hollywood. I then gave an example of a list of exact names that Michael Jackson said were operating as a gang. Rabbi Shmuley was among that list of people. So to say that we can't even explore that possibility that Rabbi Shmuley, and that this list that somebody is giving or something that artists are saying might be true is somehow anti-Semitic. I never.
I mean, that's Candace Owens. I agree. She's sort of biased, and she does tend to drone on, without letting someone talk. But what about a Jew? What is his take on the Zionism? I thought this was interesting.
We as Jews stand here and cry out our hurt that our religion is being used to oppress the Palestinian people. Our religion, Judaism, it does not permit us to steal or to kill, does not permit us as a Jewish people to even have our own sovereignty, what's called a state of Israel. They're simply conning people. They're using the religion as a political gains, a political means to stifle the voice of opposition. They claim it's a religious conflict between Jews and Muslims. That's not true. It's a conflict against religion. It's against Jews and Muslims. We are all being oppressed. We are all hurting. We hurt with the Palestinian suffering and also Jewish suffering in occupied Palestine. We are here to plead with the world leaders. They should not be intimidated by the Zionists, and they should go ahead and condemn and declare the illegality of the expansion of these settlements and the existence of these settlements and the existence of the state of Israel, which is oppressing for so many years the Palestinian people and the Jewish people, who are unfortunately under the claws and the hands of the Zionist state of Israel. We pray to the Almighty that He should bring the right mindset to the leaders of the world, that they should realize that the occupation is a criminal act in its entirety, not only the expansion, but the whole existence of the state.
All right. You get the idea. So they're not for it.
It's some high level stuff. You can, I can't comment because I'm so. It's such a different world to me of what's going on there. I mean, if you look at the history books, you can't. It was written by the victors, but it's if you look at just the history books, and it just like I said, I'm not. I can't keep track of all the different levels of this conflict, but it's just constant out there.
Well, Lobo, and like I said, you're not going to have to stick around for the whole show. You hop in and out as you please. I don't want to make you feel like you're being forced to.
I'm watching this anyways. I'd be watching anyways, so I appreciate it. I don't know much about it either, and that's why I've been told I can't look into it, and that's what bothers me. Is like the most transparent time in our country, but that is still very off. And maybe we're going to find out. These deals LBJ and the Bush family made with the state of Israel back in the 60s. And in the 60s, Israel had the Mossad, their secret service, up and running. And they were going to Argentina and capturing Germans. And, they were
killing people in Syria and going to the UK and killing people, going to France. I mean, they committing assassinations. And you talk, we talk about old world history being obliterated. Perhaps there is a lot more, and is this part of it? Is this why there needed to be control of the media? And, I'm curious now, who funded the World Fairs?
Well, whoever was.
Are we expecting that the government funded the World Fairs, or was there donations made?
Oh, who types in and how much money there is. I mean, it's somebody, and that's what I'm wondering. All this expense where you just kind of take people around and show them this World Fair and just tell them we built this over the last 2 years and don't question it. They didn't have the internet to have context of all this other stuff that was supposed to be going on, but I don't know who funded it, because it was the buildings were there. The buildings are not 100 years old. The buildings are 800 years old. They're just showing them to people. I mean, if you picture a scenario like if there was a way to get rid of every American overnight somehow, and you brought in some poor people from Honduras and just set them in this city, they only know what's in front of them. Other people, they're in a different city, they only know what's in front of them. There's no internet. That's how you start it. And then they figure out, okay, what are these tracks for? They must be able to push something on these tracks. Let's try to do that. I don't know exactly. It's just a thought exercise that, trying to fit that in is a lot harder than I can look at a building with a freaking 80-ton stone that's from Georgia and it's sitting in Minneapolis, and I go, okay, the way humans work, we couldn't have got this here with horse and wagon and a train that drops it off 30 miles away. That's the easy part. I don't know what the factor was, other than if we're in the little season, like you explained what that is. I mean, we're being deceived, and it's the deception is so far above our head, we have no idea.
I refuse to believe I can't figure this out. And maybe that's my fault. I want to believe that over, because if it is a satanic cult here that's operating, they have to expose what they're doing before they do it. That's just the law of the game they play. And they do. I mean, we can sit here and watch these interviews, and we don't get the tie-ins until far after the events have happened, or at least that's how it used to be. And I think that we've been given a fighting chance because of internet to really dive into this. And this moment with X and free speech may not last long. It may end up being a podcast only format again at one time. We don't know. But we do know that these are powerful people in control of some shady operations. Now, you might remember in one of those earlier clips, they talked about this Theodore, what's his name? Theodore Herzl. He was the one that wrote down on paper this idea of Zionism back in the 1800s. And they created a school, a system to infiltrate certain forms of information publishing, how to infiltrate those in different countries. And this video is a little bit longer, so feel free to stop me. I thought it'd be interesting to sort of see the heart of the operation in Frankfurt, Germany.
Despite the fact that Marxism made headway in terms of policy in the United States and other Western European countries in the early part of the 20th century, orthodox Marxists had a major problem by the end of the 1910s. The actual worldwide Marxist revolution really hadn't ignited. Not only hadn't it happened, workers had spent the better part of 5 years murdering each other en masse in World War I. Marx's dialectical prophecy had been proved false. But just because Marx's dialectic materialism had been proved false, and just because soon the new Soviet Union would be slaughtering its own citizens at record rates, didn't mean that the Marxist intellectuals were going to give up on worldwide revolution. That was where Antonio Gramsci and Georgy Lukács came in. Gramsci was an Italian socialist who saw tearing down society as the necessary precondition for the eventual victory of global Marxism. Marxism simply hadn't won because men were weak. And men were weak because they were the products of a capitalist society. Man is above all else mind, consciousness, Gramsci wrote in 1916. That is, he is a product of history, not of nature. There is no other way of explaining why socialism has not come into existence already. Lukács built on Gramsci, deciding that Marx's dialectic materialism wasn't really a prophetic tool for predicting the future. It was a tool for tearing down society itself. Simply destroying the status quo in the minds of the people would bring Marxism. Lukács's view was so influential that, for a time, he actually became Deputy Commissar of Culture in Hungary, where he proceeded to push a radical sex ed program encouraging free love and rejection.
What is it? What is it with pushing this? Why do they have to push this transformational sex to the public?
I think it has to all come back to money and being able to sell it. I don't know. The human, it all comes back to money, because with money you can get people to do whatever you want.
I mean, I understand today, the pharmaceutical industry benefits off of people that want to have a sex change, because that's, a lifetime commitment that they can profit off of. But it just always feels that whenever we're talking about German society, or any ties to Jewish media, that there is a very strong push to bring out minority sex and put it in the forefront to the majority. And I don't get it. Why do they feel a need to try to give you something that no one asked for? I'm not saying I'm against, transgendered people or anything like that, but why is there a stipulation that you have to have one in every sitcom, or or you have to have one in, every, TV show or sports? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I think they're just trying to normalize really low percentage anomalies in humans, and somehow they're connecting that to making money. It's all kind of got to come back to making money, and somehow to normalize this oddity situation, they've connected that they can make some money. Is all I've thought of it.
Well, I'm going to disagree.
There might be something way more that I'm not picking up on, but somehow if they're figuring a way to make money or get other humans to do what they need them to do with money, they're trying to make money so they can make humans do whatever they need them to do. But go ahead, Corey.
Well, I'm going to say I saw this interview and I was looking it up, and I'm not sure if I can find it here, but they were talking about 70% of movie revenue comes from kids movies in the movie industry.
Wow.
But they only account for 30% of the
population.
of what the movie industry produces is only 30% of that is only geared to kids, right? But it controls the market. So why wouldn't you just make more kid movies then? If that's where the biggest revenues come from, why are you arbitrarily restraining the creation of kid movies?
Yeah, kids have the most time to watch that stuff, maybe, and well, that might be the reason why it counts for it. I don't know why they wouldn't make more.
Well, it's not just like taking your kids to the theater and the profits that come from that, but it's revenue from toys, it's revenue from the offshoots of cartoons, it's revenue. You know what I mean? It's vastly more profitable to come up with a successful kids series than it is to come up with the Marvel series. I don't know the answer. It's just a little mind twister for you at 11:36 Central Time. I don't know what to make of it either, but I feel like that just sort of shows that there's some other thought being used rather than just chasing money. Because if you were just chasing the money, you would be pumping out kid films all the time, every studio, but they don't. And somehow everyone allowed Disney to really get a stranglehold on that too. Like, why would you give up your rights to make kid movies? And I don't know the answer. If you have information, email us, phantomfactsociety@gmail.com, or DM us at Phantom Society.
Of morality. In that role, he tried to live out his ideology of destruction. I saw the revolutionary destruction of society as the one and only solution. A worldwide overturning of values cannot take place without the annihilation of the old values and the creation of new ones by the revolutionaries. Fortunately, the people of Hungary weren't nuts, so they dumped him. That left Lukács unemployed, but not for long. Felix Weil was a young radical from Frankfurt, Germany, and a devotee of Marx. He, like Lukács, saw the problems of implementing socialism, namely that nobody really liked it very much.
So it wasn't like, as I'm understanding it, it's not like he was using it to help people be more understanding. He's using it to overthrow societal norms, like sort of the saying, once you take away institutions of trust, everything's a conspiracy theory. But you're doing that on a psychological level.
But
I don't know. I was just saying. I'm just grifting here on the #1 best night show on X. 15.1 thousand people watching. We appreciate you. We're doing a deep dive on Jews in the media, and this one sort of deals with probably the most famous Jew of the 20th century, Karl Marx.
Like most of today's lefty college students who live off their parents' money while preaching the downfall of the capitalist system, he was rich. So he used his granddaddy's money to fund the Institute for Social Research, which was really a precursor to John Podesta's Center for American Progress, funded by George Soros.
What was the name for that again?
Socialism, namely that nobody really liked it very much. But like most of today's lefty college students who live off their parents' money while preaching the downfall of the capitalist system, he was rich. So he used his granddaddy's money to fund the Institute for Social Research.
Institute for Social Research. Look at that building, too. You think that's an old world building there?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. And they just if it has a founded date, not a constructed date.
Which was really a precursor to John Podesta's Center for American Progress, funded by George Soros. To staff this new institute, which quickly became known as the Frankfurt School, Weil brought in, along with Lukács, a Marxist philosopher named Max Horkheimer. Lukács didn't last long, but Horkheimer did. At the Frankfurt School, he coined a term that would embody the whole corrupt philosophy of his fellow travelers' mission to destroy society and culture using the Marxist dialectic: critical theory. Critical theory was exactly the material we were taught at Tulane. It was, quite literally,
I remember having friends going to community college, and they all had books on critical theory. That's interesting. It stems from the Frankfurt School. Fetishization, social justice, revolutionary, anti-structuralist, linguistic turn. Well, I mean, these are all stuff we see. Social justice. Oh my God.
a theory of criticizing everyone and everything everywhere.
Also known as Bill Burr's stand-up routine.
It was an attempt to tear down the social fabric by using all the social sciences: sociology, psychology, economics, political science, etc. It was an infinite and unending criticism of the status quo, adolescent rebellion against all established social rules.
Oh, look at that photo.
That's spicy.
There's a lot going on right there.
That's a big man with a little bit of pain.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Yeah,
And they didn't take time to give him hooves after all that.
true.
How you gonna jerk it off though? You can't jerk that off with hooves.
But at least you have hooves on your feet. They didn't even forgot. They must have got tired of drawing all that.
They're too busy fucking.
And norms.
It got caught in that horn.
Critical theory, says Horkheimer, is suspicious of the very categories of better, useful, appropriate, productive, and valuable as those are understood in the present order. So, if you liked ice cream better than cake, or thought a hammer might be more useful than a screwdriver in a particular situation, you were speaking on behalf of the status quo. The real idea behind all of this was to make society totally unworkable by making everything basically meaningless. Critical theory...
And I feel like I've seen that picture somewhere. It's crazy.
does not create.
Is it hanging up behind
It
you?
only destroys, as Horkheimer himself openly stated. Above all, critical theory has no material accomplishments to show for itself. No wonder my thought upon graduating was that getting a job was selling out. When Horkheimer took over the Institute in 1930,
I just want to, side note, because, I can do that. I can pause it. The neighbors have met my cat, which, as you guys know, his full name is Rasputin, but I've adopted Putin for the last, 7 years because of the uncomfortability it provides people when they hear it. And once again, the wonderful lesbians next door were horrified to hear the name of really the mascot of this show, Mr. Rasputin himself. But for right now, it's old Putin, and he fits the name. All right, sorry.
filled it up with fellow devotees of critical theory like Theodor Adorno, Erich Fromm, and Herbert Marcuse. Each agreed with the central idea of critical theory, namely that all of society had to be criticized ad nauseum, all social institutions leveled, all traditional concepts decimated. Marcuse later summed it up well. One can rightfully speak of a cultural revolution since the protest is directed toward the whole cultural establishment, including the morality of existing society. What we must undertake is a type of diffuse and dispersed disintegration of the system. All of these boring and bleating philosophers might have faded into oblivion as so many Marxist theorists have, but the rise of Adolf Hitler prevented that. With Hitler's rise, they had to flee. Virtually all of them, Horkheimer, Marcuse, Adorno, Fromm, were of Jewish descent. And they had...
Now, guys, this, sort of ties into what I've been seeing on X this whole time. Is I'm sure you've seen this uptick, the Hitler was right meme. Maybe not. Maybe you haven't seen it. I've certainly seen, like, with the translation of his speeches into English.
They come across different, don't they?
Well, we're going Monday night. We're going to have a guy that's translated, I think, like over 100 speeches from German into English come on the show and discuss his stuff. So join us Monday night, 8:00 on the #1 best night show on X. Man, you know what the sad thing is you could have your sponsorship right here across my face. You could be it might be because I'm a ginger. It's possible. O'Reilly's. I could do O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'll take that gig.
But it could be, you know, right up there next to Fan of Fact Society. Hug right in there next to Lobo.
I mean, here's the thing. It's just not going to happen if we talk about Jews. You know, it's just
that's true.
It's just not one of those things. That's why we're a value for value network here. You know, if you find value in it, we appreciate your time, talent, or treasure. And I stole all of that from No Agenda, but I believe in it. You know, like you spend 3 hours watching a movie, you know, and maybe you can't donate. We like it when you hop on the show and just express your opinion like Lobo here. That's talent. That's part of it, the value for value network. You know, Lobo comes on here, steals all the ladies, hops off before it gets too spicy, and we start, you know, saluting people. Would you have any questions for this guy, Lobo?
You're opening my eyes to, you know, I gloss over this stuff and anything that's fucked up or I question, I always just assume they're doing it for money somewhere. And I kind of move along and go try to earn my own money some other way, I guess. But you're right. Maybe there's just so many tiers and levels that I'm not thinking about.
I think
playing chess.
I think money plays a part in the funding of their ideals. Because money, I mean, money is good for the right now and maybe 1 or 2 generations afterwards, right?
Right.
Or money is good for survival. Like, you know, buying chickens and, you know, living out in the country or whatever. You know, money is useful to, you know, get by so you can spend time with your family. But for these people that are designing this stuff, they already have money.
Yeah.
Money, I mean, their thing now is what happens to people who have too much money. Now it all becomes about legacy, right? Bill Gates Sr., legacy. His son, legacy. Because they already got the money. These people were mentioning, these professors and stuff, didn't need money. Frankfurt, you know, University, and, you know, was the Institute of Social Science was going to be their legacy. And they wanted to develop a system. It was like almost like a weird FU, right? Like they believe create this utopia. You have to destroy the institutions of today. And they knew they couldn't do that in a generation. But they could do it in 2, 3, 4 generations.
100%. Yep.
And it almost worked. I mean, it worked in Europe. Look at we're how many generations removed from World War II? 5 now?
Yeah. 5?
Somewhere around there, you know, like, and it's full on. I mean, I watched footage, 60 Minutes had German SWAT teams raiding people's houses in the middle of the night for social media posts. Memes, not even like it was for memes, like pictures. And 60 Minutes was for it. This was like pro. I mean, it's such a, and this is all by design, I think.
No place to go except the United States. The United States' tradition of freedom and liberty, its openness to outside ideas, and our highest value, freedom of speech, ended up making all America vulnerable to those who would exploit those ideals. We welcomed the Frankfurt School. We accepted them with open arms. They took full advantage. They walked right into our cultural institutions, and as they started to put in place their leadership, their language, and their lexicon, too many chose to ignore them. And the most dangerous thing you can do with a driven leftist intellectual clique is to ignore them. We always feel that our incredible traditions of freedom and liberty will convert those who show up on our shores, that they will appreciate the way of life we have created. Isn't that why they wanted to come here in the first place? We can't imagine anyone coming here, experiencing the true wonder that is living in this country and wanting to destroy that. But that's exactly what the Frankfurt School wanted to do. These were not happy people looking for a new lease on life. When they moved to California, they simply couldn't deal with the change of scenery. There was cognitive dissonance. Horkheimer and Adorno and depressive allies like Bertolt Brecht moved into a house in Santa Monica on 26th Street, coincidentally the epicenter of my childhood. They had moved to heaven on earth from Nazi Germany and apparently could not handle the fun, the sun, and the roaring good times. Ingratitude is not strong enough a word to describe these hideous malcontents. If only they had had IKEA furniture, this would have made for a fantastic season of the real world. Brecht and his ilk were the Kurt Cobains of their day, massively depressed, nihilistic, people who wore full suits in 80-degree weather while living in a house by the beach. As Adam Cohen wrote in the New York Times, these were dyspeptic critics of American culture. Several landed in Southern California, where they were disturbed by the consumer culture and the gospel of relentless cheeriness. Depressive by nature, they focused on the disappointments and venality that surrounded them and how unnecessary it all was. It could be paradise, Theodor Adorno complained, but it was only California. Adorno was wrong. It was paradise. To the rest of the world, America's vision was a vision of paradise. And these Marxists were here to try and destroy the best lifestyle man had ever created. If I could go back in a time machine, I would go back to kick these malcontents in their shins.
Why not kill them?
Members
Why
of the
just kick 'em
Frankfurt
in the
School
shin?
had some American allies, men who had accepted the Roosevelt-Wilson syndrome.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
It's too late. I missed the
Gosh dang it.
I know. I was killing it.
Traveler sociologists in the United States for some years and creating connections with them. Meanwhile, Columbia University's sociology department was dying. They needed new blood, and they liked what they saw in the Frankfurt School. All the Frankfurt School had to do was to get into the country, and they'd take their place in the hallowed halls of American academia. Fortunately for them, there was an organization called the Institute of International Education, specifically devoted to helping fleeing scholars from Germany. The man who held the post of Assistant Secretary of the Emergency Committee in Aid of Displaced Foreign Scholars was one Edward R. Murrow.
No! I love Edward R. Murrow. Good night and good luck if you ever get a chance to watch that movie. Well, probably not now that we're woke. But if you're not woke yet and you're watching the show, take a moment to live in La La Land and listen to the propaganda of Good Night and Good Luck. It's like, I love it.
I don't understand this. I mean, we just let a couple bad apples get in here.
Not a
and
couple.
just-
Not a couple. All of them.
But it
They all got
started with
pushed out.
Yeah. But I mean, how they were talking about how just miserable cunts they were. And then they get an opening into a fleeing, dying Columbia University. Boom. Floodgates open. Let's bring this motherfucker to its knees.
Who helped ship in many of the Frankfurt School's greatest minds. Later, Senator Joe McCarthy would try to pillory Murrow in revenge for Murrow's coverage of the McCarthy hearings by citing Murrow's involvement with the Institute of International Education, but by then, McCarthy was finished. In any case, once in the country, the Frankfurt School was almost immediately accepted at Columbia University. It was a marriage made in hell. With their tentacles affixed to the institutions of American higher education, the Frankfurt School philosophy began eking its way into every crevice of American culture. Horkheimer's critical theory became a staple of philosophy, history, and English courses across the country. Horkheimer himself took his show on the road, from Columbia to Los Angeles to the University of Chicago. Meanwhile, Erich Fromm, one of the Frankfurt School's main thinkers, was pushing cultural Marxism through psychology by blaming Western tradition for the rise of Nazism and the rejection of Marxism. This was a fiction, of course, convenient rewriting of science to meet a political agenda. Leftists today still call their opponents Nazis on the basis of this flawed and inane psychoanalysis. Early on, Fromm embraced the ideas of Frankfurt School fellow Wilhelm Reich, who felt that psychological problems largely stemmed from sexual repression, and said that sexual liberation from societal mores could cure large numbers of people.
You know, this seeped into Indiana with Kinsley. You remember the Mr. Kinsley and his bow tie, if you get a chance. You know, it seeped in everywhere, man. It seeped into socioeconomic, into propaganda, into intellectual circles, think tanks that produced books for education.
Right.
And, you know, this argument, too, that, free speech will allow you to root out the bad ideas. I mean, does that argument apply if it's done behind the scenes and you're not given the full facts? You know, this argument that free speech doesn't work, you know, I guarantee you it does work. It's being hidden.
Yeah, we're not getting all of it. Like you said, it's just a partial, and then we're fighting a ghost that we don't know, we don't have all the facts on.
And to me, well, we'll get into that.
Whose psychoanalysis included disrobing his patients and then touching them, helped place the foundations of modern feminism, arguing that the repression of the sexual needs creates a general weakening of intellect and emotional functioning. In particular, it makes people lack independence, willpower, and critical faculties. Marriage, he wrote, ruins lives. Marital misery, to the extent to which it does not exhaust itself in the marital conflicts, is poured out over the children. Fromm also expanded on the parenting ideas of Lukács and John Dewey, who rejected parental authority, telling parents to stand by and let their children reinvent the wheel through experience. Fromm's philosophy was imbibed by a young socialist student named Benjamin Spock, who would go on to shape a generation of parents with his child-rearing book, The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care, which helped launch the self-esteem movement.
Well, and that launched the anti-discipline and participation trophies.
Yeah, but I thought that just caught wave 10, 15 years ago. I didn't think it was really around back then. I thought it was back then. It felt like it was, you were playing for something. There were a fucking loser. You did beat the shit out of your kid if they, didn't fall in line. Well, not beat the shit out of them, but you know what I mean? You were strict, you were stern. You had rules. It wasn't you threw a fit at Walmart and you got a fucking ice cream sandwich because of it, just to quiet you down.
I'm looking it up on Grok right now, known for in child rearing, because I remember my mom talking about Dr. Spock and how he was proven wrong, and he had to come out and apologize, and that's all. I was like 9, and so that's all I remember hearing about it. I never looked into him before, but he was from 1903 to 1998, so that's probably around that time. it was brought up. He wrote the book, The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care. Here's what it's most recognized for in child rearing: child-centered approach. Spock encouraged parents to trust their instincts, be flexible, respond to the child's individual needs. He opened the book with "Trust yourself. You know more than you think you do." All right, that's just love fluff right there. Affection and emotional bonding. Showing love and physical affection to children, hugging and comforting them, which was a departure from the era's focus. Okay, I don't care about that. Spock advocated for feeding babies when they were hungry, demand feeding, rather than sticking to a strict timetable, challenging prevailing norms. Okay, I don't know. Is that big of a deal? I guess if you're just feeding your kid whenever they're hungry, I mean.
But kids get bored. And then what kicks in when you're bored? You want a snack. You want to eat something. Then what happens? We become the most obese country in the world.
I'm not seeing anything that's sticking out to me, you know.
It feels like he put that out and then it just got like popular. I tell you, it's like they picked it up and it had a bunch of dust on it. And they're like, you know what? In 2020, we're gonna run this. And we're gonna make it stick. And trophies for everyone. That's gonna be really cool. We're gonna listen, Timmy. Turn that light off. Turn that light off. Turn that light off. I love you. Turn that. No, motherfucker. Turn that light off. Daddy ain't playing, bitch.
Yes.
Like, what are we doing?
I mean, he encouraged kids to sleep on their stomachs. He thought it reduced choking risk. I don't know.
I sleep on my stomach.
I think you're right, though, because a lot of this stuff, you know, why it's sort of like artists, right? You always wonder, how the hell did these guys become famous?
Yeah.
And it's because someone decided to make them famous because
100%.
it fit their agenda. And with Spock, I think we had a moment.
At the same time, Frankfurt School scholar Theodor Adorno was sliding Marxism into the American consciousness by attacking popular trends in the world of art.
Spock also Jewish.
First teaching at Columbia and then later at Princeton, he argued that television and movies were problematic because they appealed to the masses, but television and the movies weren't catering.
This cult, I'm beginning to sort of put together from the different names they mention in here. Atheist Jew cult. So it's an atheist Jew cult is my feeling, right? They're sort of devil's advocate type of fellas.
To the public tastes.
Welcome all 16,000 of you to Phantom Facts Society, the #1 best night show on X. I'm here with my co-host Chris and special call-in guest Lobo Fish. What you're witnessing right now is the sad blowing of one's mind, and I apologize personally for that, Lobo. That's my bad.
They were shaping them, Adorno argued. Popular art and culture had destroyed true art, which is always used for revolutionary purposes, he said. All popular art, therefore, had to be criticized as a symptom of the capitalist system. All art had to be torn down. Performance art and modern art found their philosophical foundation in Adorno. The long line stretching from Piss Christ to Karen Finley smearing herself with feces to Susan Sarandon celebrating being hit with transsexual projectile vomit all had its roots with Adorno. This nihilistic influence in art reinforcing the destruction of cultural norms means that many grown adults have never experienced an epoch in which the transcendent and the innately beautiful have been celebrated as the artistic ideal. And it all started because a rat pack of Nazi-fleeing depressives couldn't appreciate leaving the world's most oppressive place for the world's most spectacularly free and beautiful place. Santa Monica.
I mean, he
Google
said it.
It takes us in.
A bunch of old saggy skin fuck faces just came and just, nope, can't have it. This doesn't suck enough.
I mean, it is odd, right?
Like, okay, if you could get in a time machine, okay, Like, are you stopping Abraham Lincoln from getting killed? JFK? Or are you coming back to kill these clucks? You know? I mean, what are we doing here? Pick a great moment in America history. If you could go back and fix it, what are we doing here? My vote is, I don't know. Who knows what would shake out, but I'm locking these all in a vehicle and I'm pumping them full of gas.
I think we're watching it happen before our eyes, gentlemen. I don't feel like this is a. When were we able to discuss these things? Never.
Yeah.
And here we are. You know.
So you're saying it had to happen to let us to be here?
Johnny Carson used to have, comedians on, but the #1 best night show on X is telling you about Jewish control of everything.
Sincerely deranged soul.
And that whole thing with Malay bringing the chainsaw to Elon yesterday? I mean, he's also a Jew,
To want to.
And I'm not saying that as like, ooh,
like a
Jew.
pretty cool Jew.
But I mean, maybe that's what we're witnessing. We're watching the old guard of Jews get kicked out by the new guard of Jews. And the new Jews are a lot cooler than the old guard of Jews.
Are they more powerful, though?
Well, yeah, COVID made them a lot more powerful. Mm-hmm.
The new Jews or the old Jews?
New Jews. Well, I think we're watching like an Alexander the Great dead kingdom broken up into 4 generals and then the dissension into chaos. The old guard is dying. That's the boomer generation is dying. And the Rothschilds, that dude died. And that's the guy that created Israel. So that's no small feat either. So, but that guy's dead, and they still have power. But, you've got other people with a lot of money. I mean, I think Elon Musk, does he have Jewish ties? I don't know. I shouldn't speak out of turn. But it's just, maybe that's what we're witnessing.
Can you tag him with our blue tag and be like,
Yes,
Elon,
yeah.
are you a Jew?
Yes.
Do you stand up? Do you stand up?
Hashtag just curious. Hashtag still love you.
Hashtag come to the podcast.
Deconstruct the good life and the optimistic citizenry in order to create mass intellectual and spiritual misery. But that's exactly what they did. And as they constructed their philosophical dystopia, all the pieces of the modern leftist puzzle began falling into place. But all of these major contributors to the Frankfurt School of Thought paled in comparison to Herbert Marcuse, the founder of the New Left. Marcuse joined the Frankfurt School in 1933 and quickly became a leader of the movement. After he moved to the United States and became a citizen, he was hired by FDR's Office of War Information to create anti-Nazi propaganda, despite his Marxism. He also worked in the Office of Strategic Services, the pre-CIA OSS, and the State Department, where he worked to prevent the United States from pushing Germany away from democratic socialism.
And we know that was full of Texans. The Bushes, the Lyndon B. Johnson, they were all original members of that OSS or had ties of people that funded the OSS and created the CIA. So close proximity with this man.
He taught at Columbia, then Harvard, then Brandeis, and then, finally, at the University of California in San Diego. He really hit his stride in 1955, however, with the publication of Eros and Civilization. The book essentially made Wilhelm Reich's case that sexual liberation was the best counter to the psychological ills of society. Marcuse preferred a society of polymorphous perversity, which is just what it sounds like, people having sex every which way with whatever. It wasn't so much the freshness of Marcuse's message that made the difference.
Maison for the Jew.
It wasn't a fresh message as his timing. The kids brought up with Fromm and Freud and Spock were coming of age. The misplaced
Well, and I mean, isn't that interesting? Because MK Ultra had a whole division set up for just sex. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Anything with a hole, I think, was their slogan.
Guilt of the
they can surgically make a hole for you too if need be.
You ain't
greatest generation brought forth a new generation free to embrace Marcuse. While similar philosophies of sex had failed in the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, by the 1950s, the men and women who had suffered through the Great Depression and fought in World War II were determined to raise privileged kids who would never have to actually fight for their country or work for their food. The result was a group of kids ready and able to participate in the sexual revolution promised by the Frankfurt School. Marcuse excused sexual promiscuity as the fulfillment of the need for the people to rise up against Western civilization and to free themselves of the sexual repression it created. Not a hard sell for teenagers. It was no wonder that in a very real sense, his followers believed they were doing something special when they made love, not war, a slogan attributed to Marcuse himself. They were using their sexual energy to bind the world together rather than destroy it, as sexual repression would do. While Marcuse may not have been the most important intellectual force behind the Frankfurt School, he was its most devious and effective marketer. The advertising adage, "sex sells," was applied to selling a generation on the idea that their parents' values and ideals were repressive and evil. Where, geographically, did Marcuse come to this nihilistic understanding? The picturesque cliffs of La Jolla overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Marcuse carried his critical theory in another destructive direction as well. While repeating the Marxist trope that the workers of the world would eventually unite, he saw the Third World's anti-colonial movements as evidence that Marx was right. He recognized that in the United States there would be no such uprising by the working class. He therefore needed a different set of interest groups to tear down capitalism using his critical theory. And he found those groups in the racial, ethnic, and sexual groups that hated the old order. These victimized interest groups rightly opposed all the beauties of Western civilization with all the defiance and the hatred and the joy of rebellious victims, defining their own humanity against the definitions of the masters. Marcuse's mission was to dismantle American society by using diversity and multiculturalism as crowbars with which to pry the structure apart, piece by piece. He wanted to set blacks in opposition to whites, set all victim groups in opposition to the society at large. Marcuse's theory of...
I see you shaking your head, May.
Again, go back and just kill these crusty old fucks. Are you kidding me? Racism? AIDS probably started in that fucking Love in California movement. I mean, we could have nipped a ton of shit in the bud right then. He just came out and said, what we do, we created racism. We brought it back. We dusted it off. And we brought it back. We put a big old beautiful spin on it.
Well, and
what
it's
are we
sad.
Still living at? Yeah.
I mean, I think it's sad because it's like, you know, Americans actually aren't they're not horrible.
No, we just let a bunch of Jews take over and direct and divide. Did Hitler have a point? Good.
Well, you know what? Let's get away from Hitler real quick. Did JFK have a point? And I want to play this speech. I want to play this speech again because it's so important. Because we always assumed that he was talking like the mob or the Freemasons or the CIA. But knowing what we know about him and taking AIPAC out of the picture for lobbying, listen, and about this secret Marxist group that was, going to breed people like Bill Gates Sr., the Federal Reserve. We didn't even mention the Federal Reserve's ties to all of this, and re-listen to this one.
So Kennedy wanted to put a stop to all this. Right?
Yes, they had to register as foreign lobbyists like everyone else, and he wanted to stop their nuclear program. Supposedly, they needed a nuclear reactor, and the agreement was as long as it was for working conditions, not for military grade. And he wanted to have a U.S. ambassador be present the whole time this nuclear reactor is in function. You know, there's a lot. It wasn't just that it was the lobbyists he was done. I mean, maybe.
Oh no. Oh damn it.
For far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask, every publisher, every editor.
I just noticed how smug LBJ looks sitting behind there.
Why doesn't Trump just dust off this beautiful speech? Give it a run. You know?
It didn't work the first time. And it could not be that controlled.
No.
I'm asking the fake news for once. Could you not lie?
It's ironic that he's talking about this and his assassination was completely covered up and the truth wasn't told for 50 years.
This is why the
after he
files
says
haven't
it.
come out, because the Jews did it, and they can't let that cat out of the bag.
Well, I mean, did the Jews do it or did they just help support the coup? Did
Yes.
they give the green light to the coup? Did they? I mean, obviously, I think they played a part. You know, they meddled in making sure maybe Congress didn't really investigate it, or
No, 100%.
the Jews. You know, it was LBJ's greed. It was Bush's, desire to, for control. I don't know. It was a bunch of stuff.
This man in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger. And yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security.
Hot damn.
I know it. I know it. Anyway, there you go. Just I mean, just a little. I mean, it's not odd to me that that all of a sudden we have this across the United States 6
tell you
years
something,
later.
And because I know what you're thinking. I know what you're probably thinking right now. You're thinking, oh, sure, Rick Sanchez, of course. What you're probably talking about is one of those obscure state laws like the one they have in Alaska that says if you accidentally kill a moose, you have to eat it. That's actually a law in Alaska, by the way. There's one in Georgia that says it's illegal to sleep on a boat for more than 30 days. True. No, we're not talking about an obscure law. What we're talking about is an Israeli loyalty oath law that is becoming so common in the United States, it's now pervasive. Take a look at the map. You see the red states? See all of those red states? 26 states have enacted this loyalty oath legislation. And let me show you the other one, the navy blue ones. The blue ones you see there? That's where this law is now pending. So 26 acted on, passed, 13 pending, only 11 states, the light blue ones you see there, the baby blue or the light blue, those are the ones where you can boycott Israel and, criticize Israel if you want. Again, look, it bears repeating. There is no such law keeping you from denouncing or boycotting the United States of America or even advocating causes that harm the U.S. economically. But there are laws from doing that against Israel. Curious.
Damn.
All right, that's it. That's it for that. That's it.
I really like that Frankfurt School piece you were running.
Yeah, and go on X. You can see who made that. I mean, there's like 10 minutes left of it if you wanted to watch it. Otherwise, you can go. It's getting late. It's getting late on the #1 show on X. 16.
Yeah, I think we lost Lobo.
But yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I've got a. Let's see here. What do I've got here? I got a couple fun ones to end the show with if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
You got some time? Do we got time or do we need to save it for another day?
Run it.
All right, here we go. #1, USAID money within the United States. Unfortunately, this has now been shut down.
Please don't deplatform us today. Listen, Facebook, X, I'm not spent on nonsense, DEI. I mean, basically, $5,000 for Drag Story Hour, $2,000 to Queer Productions, $5,000 to Queer Life, $20,000 to Seattle's Gay News, $382,000 to Northwest Network Bisexual Trans Abuse Victims. How many bisexual trans abuse victims do you think there are in Washington State? And can't the funds that we have for other victims, $100 for the Seattle Trans, and that's not a lot of money. It's helping some group with gay rights or something. $2,000. I mean, maybe hand out some condoms at Seattle. Okay. That's not a lot of money. It's helping some condoms at Seattle Pride, I don't know. So let's look into Paneros, shall we? And again, all the credit in the world to the WaDoge volunteers for digging all this stuff up. We are just the communicators of this information, although we've had to go in and, fact check and verify. Paneros Foundation. About us. Paneros Foundation celebrates and cultivates consent and sexuality through the arts and education for all. Okay? Inspiring a better world by promoting respectful interaction through consent education to cultivate sexuality as a healthy, integral part of being human. We support people through art and education by creating space for finding and expressing their whole selves, celebrating the full spectrum of sexuality across race, ethnicity, nationality, gender, orientation, identity, ability, class, and religion. Okay, still doesn't help me understand what you do. Let's take a look at their calendar, shall we? So it looks like they have some event space, right? So let's just take a look at their calendar and dive into that and see if we see anything that just speaks to us.
I missed
How about
this event, damn it.
Rain City Jacks event happened on February 4th.
Rain City Jacks, not to be misconstrued with its reigning men.
Well, what
I mean,
a
I guess it
sweet
sorta is.
sports name. I want to buy like a soccer team or I don't know, another fucking some kind of franchise and name them the Rain City Jacks.
Well, there's the South Dakota Jack Rabbits. I'm sure they do the same thing in their locker room.
Yeah, true.
7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Gotcha. At the Gallery Irato. What is it? What could this be? Rain City Jacks. Wow, old school Jacks. Maybe you used to play Jacks when you were a kid.
Yeah, that's probably
Throw it
it.
up, pick it up. That must be it, right? Like that's kind of cool. You know, bringing back some old timey games and stuff, so kids get off their phones or whatever it is. Let's read, shall we? Rain City Jacks is a traditional jack-off club, following in the footsteps of the venerable New York Jacks, LA Fraternity, and SF Jacks. Rain City Jacks hosts regular private events for its members to share masturbation and mutual touch in an open group setting.
Hell yeah.
All right, so there's the.
Do you just take a Viagra and go to those events or what? Like, what would be the game plan? You get the boys together and you're like, you know what? We're not going to go to the bar tonight. It's a sweet ass event. I got us tickets too. Eat this gum right here.
Should we finish the night with Trump owning the Maine governor for
yes, please,
for not allowing sports to keep men out of women's sports?
In Maine, is the Maine here, the governor of Maine?
He's giving a speech here at the governor's dinner in front of all the governors. He knows Maine's there. He's aware. This is that's her too, right there. That's a picture of her. What she was wearing at that event.
She looks like a man.
Yeah, she's not very happy.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
What? Who do you think you are? Will be for me.
Yeah, exactly. She's gone.
And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens.
I love it.
Na 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 na. Da, 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 da. Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I love it.
I look forward to it.
Well, and for people that are, I still see people, this whole election interference, I feel like that's also a personal mission for Trump, dude. Like, he wants to prove that he did not lose that election. That's just his competitive nature. And
Although I thought he said he was going to put it to bed, but I don't see it.
And this is going on right now. Yeah, I remember these videos that came out a few years ago, 2021, 2022, where this lady was going back and forth, just sitting there stuffing ballots. And they caught her doing it several times.
Yeah, what is she doing over there, though? Oh, hey, what's that? Oh,
there she comes again, doing her next drop off. And then you got this one. Couple minutes later, back at Wanda's workstation, she preps for another deposit. This was a council member, dude.
Really?
Yeah, she's forcing someone else to do it for her now. Here, you go take these.
Like how dumb do you, man, that guy's an idiot.
Well, and
Like,
here's yeah. Well, it's your boss. You know, you could say you did it under duress if you can turn her in. You know, I'm sure that's the angle they took. And that's exactly what happened. Because early yesterday, she had to turn herself in for the crime she committed.
Wanda, any comment on the new charges?
Oh, Wanda.
Oh, Wanda. All right. Well, you know, there we go. There we go. All right. Hey, hell of a show tonight, May.
Heck yeah, buddy.
Lobo, thank you for hopping on, calling in on the show. We love it when you guys call in or, want to express your opinions. I mean, we finished the night once again, #1 best night show on X. Tomorrow, I think we're taking off.
Yeah.
Giving ourselves a break. Sunday, we're giving ourselves a break. I'll be on the Talking Head show at 8:00. But Monday, got a big interview. So start of the week, what a better way for and we don't have to. I don't think we need to run it all night long, do we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But this will be interesting. I'll send you the link for this guy coming on our show. I'll just tell you now, actually. It's Uncensored Speech on X. At Uncut Speech. At Uncut Speech. I mean, this guy has done some serious research. And I want to find out his motivation, really. I want to find out why he decided to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
What's his driving force? So, and we're grateful that he wants to come on our show. So anyway, we'll be happy to have him on. And then Spike Cohen Wednesday. So, really, the only type of Jew we allow on this show is a Messianic one. It's a joke. It's a joke. All right, that's a bird telling me my jokes are horrible.
Yeah.
The
chickens are like, nah, boo.
Everyone, thank you for the amazing week. The big shout out to Project Constitution.
Yes.
Help support us. Check out our Cash App at Phantom Society. We're very grateful for anything. If you found any value in the show, almost 17,000 of you watching in on the late night edition, our truckers and late night techies, dudes named Ben. Man, we appreciate you. We appreciate your donations. We appreciate you going through our dissection of crazy things that pop in our head. And if you've got ideas, feel free to DM us at Phantom Society. Mate, you want to fish out with anything?
No, I mean, you nailed it home. Thanks again to Project. And yeah, definitely get in our DMs. Crawl up in there. Send us something spicy, something weird, something off the wall. I mean, we love to look at it. We love to dissect it and talk about it. So we're like I said, we are a thing for the people's platform. Come on, step up, and we'll let you go.
Yeah, we love hearing your side. That's Lobo Fish. Thank you again for coming on the show. And to all 16,956, we send you off with what do we send them off with? I mean, we got to make it count here. We got so much. We got so much stuff here. Tom McDonald. Do we finish off with Tom McDonald?
Let's do it. I like it. It's number 2 on the charts. It's climbing.
Well, and number 1 in our hearts, along with the number 1 best night show on X. Everybody, we love you. Have a good night, and we will see you Monday night with Uncut Speech.
There's a man on TV at a desk in a suit. He lies through his teeth and they still call it the news. And there's a man in a white coat whose medicine kills. He loves when you're sick cause you pay for his pills. There's a man at the bank who will give you a loan so that you'll buy a house and then he'll take your home. There's a man who wants you spending your life online. Those are searching for truth but controls fine, we'll be fine, babe. If we don't make it through, there's a man in a church who I really hope told me the truth. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It won't help if you can fly, 'cause way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just wanna burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe. I'll be the man for you. There's a man in a court sworn to uphold the law, but he's crooked as a fence post and don't do his job. There's a man in a classroom who should know the facts, but he's brainwashing kids, teaching English and math. There's a man in your phone who hears everything you say. He knows everywhere you go, every joke you ever made. There's a man with a bloodline that owns the whole world. Every airplane and building and gold brick and pearl. We'll be fine, babe, if we don't make it through. There's a man in a church who I really hope told me the truth. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It won't help if you can fly, 'cause way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just wanna burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe. I'll be the man for you. Pray that the man in the sky's watching over us tonight, 'cause there's people looking down on us for fighting for what's right. Hold the line, babe, and I'll hold on to you. There's a man in the clouds and I hope he's looking down, 'cause there's people here on earth who trying to put us in the ground. We'll be fine, babe, I won't let go of you. Said there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It won't help if you can fly, he's way past the moon. And there's men here on the ground that just wanna burn it down. They want money, they want power, don't want no one else allowed. We'll be fine, babe, I'll be the man for you.
As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government